Everybody, good morning.
Financial engineering, I think it might be nonsense in some instances. Okay, but that's just my opinion. Okay, now I need to get to 1,000 subscribers. I'm at 370, and I need 4,000 watch hours within 365 days. So if you're not subscribed, please subscribe.
He's really hurting on the watch hours, man. He's at like 460 hours of watch time. And he's got some knowledge too, man. He be spitting out some like logic. You know what I mean? He spits out some actual fucking logic, whereas I spit out just like nonsense. You know what I mean? Like he makes some actual good points. What is this? Oh, I am subscribed. Okay. 41,000 subscribers. Happy 6-7, man. Like I said, I'm still be using that. Like I love number jokes. Like SpongeBob and Patrick 24. That's the same thing. That's all 6-7 is. It's just a rendition of 24. Or the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy 72. Yeah, I love number jokes. I'll still be saying 6-7 like 20 years from now. You know.
Grabbers, I was going through my emails. If you guys follow the channel, you know I'm kind of down and out right now because April's.
Hang on, log into Uber. I got to go to work apparently today. They put me on the schedule 2 days in a row. Can you believe it? Fucking assholes. They put me on the schedule. How you doing, noob? They put me on the schedule 2 days in a row. So he's trying to do that. So he gives me like a big open window off. So I come in and just work my 2 days, and then I have like a 12-day off stretch. So I could probably go somewhere, but I don't think it's smart for me to like go anywhere because I need 2 new tires and a battery. You know what I mean? It's not really a great idea for me to go if I were to like. I mean, if I wanted to, maybe I can go up to Gainesville, maybe from here. Because if I get stranded in Gainesville, I could probably talk somebody into helping me out. You know, Gainesville will probably be a little bit more going on. I might do that. I don't know, because if I go up to Gainesville, I can hang out in Micanopy at night probably. Just drive out to Micanopy, find a place to sleep out there in Micanopy. Not a problem. Yeah, they want me at work at 2:30 today. I was like, holy shit. Normally I'm like 4:35, 5:30, you know what I mean? It was just weird he had me on at 2:30. But yeah, I was like, I'll be there. I made sure the guy was like double checking, making sure I was gonna be there. And I'm like, I'll be in the parking lot at like 2 o'clock, you know, if I clock in at 2:30. But yeah, I only got a couple hours to run around. And I think I've already got some shit from yesterday. Yeah, I got $58 from yesterday that I didn't send over. Fucking, man, I want to buy more Bitcoin, man. I want to buy more Bitcoin. I feel like, man, like I said, if it continues to go down, like this one guy was trying to tell me, like, oh yeah, well the bottom of the cycle is going to be like in another 4 or 5 months. If it continues to go down for another 4 months, I might end up at like a half of a coin before this cycle's over. Which I might could end up being like a whole coiner. You know what I mean? If the price doesn't run away from me too fast, like, cause I'm almost to a quarter of a coin. I'm almost to and if I were to put, I'm a long way. I'm a long way from a quarter of a coin. But if it's going down for the next 4 months, I'll be continuing to buy more sats every time I'm buying sats. You already know. Noob, you already know. Kev, you already know. You already get the picture. But yeah, it'd be nuts if I end up with like half of a coin, or, you know, like I'm not thinking past a quarter. I don't think I can make it past a quarter. I think I'll be priced out before that happens. I'll be priced out of a quarter of a coin. Well, I mean, I think I can make it to a quarter because I'm already at an eighth. I'm at an eighth now. So I can easily get to a quarter. I just got to stop. I can't. The ex likes to come and hit me up for money like constantly because she knows I'm trying to save it. So I'm like, I've had to take $3,000 off of Bitcoin like at the worst times. You know what I mean? Well, I mean, it's more than that. I don't even know. I sold 2%. I sold 2% the last time. I sold 2% of a coin. And I remembered, I was like, okay, so I got to accumulate back 2% just to get back to even to where I was with my stack. You know what I mean? I made sure to remember that much of it where I was like, damn. And it wasn't a whole 2%. It was like 1.8%, 1.7%. So I was like, let me get 2% more back in my pocket before I can like start to relax on that. Yeah. Well, I mean, a quarter of a Bitcoin is infinite, potentially. And there's like really like 0.21. If you were to divide it, everybody get 0.21, like 21% of a Bitcoin, 21% of one Bitcoin. Only 100 million people, only 100 million people could get 21% of a Bitcoin. And there's way more than 100 million people on the planet. Like honestly, I think just 21% of a Bitcoin, you're gonna be like way up. You're gonna be setting your kids in like 4 or 5 generations. You're gonna be setting at least your family, some part of your family probably. Like if you don't have kids, you could probably at least pass it on to your sister's kids or your brother's kids, or you got a cousin, niece, nephew, somebody down in your family. You could pass that all to, and your family's probably, if they let it cook, even let it cook for another 2 generations, and then start playing with it. You know what I mean? 21% of a Bitcoin could be like 17 generations worth of money. It could potentially, if they use it the right way, they could never actually even lose it. But honestly, I don't know either. I think if they were going to delete it, they would have done it by now. Especially with like that whole Silk Road incident, that Silk Road thing that happened. They they probably tried to delete it then. They probably tried to delete it before that. They probably tried to delete it and found Silk Road. And then when they compensated Silk Road, they like, well, now we have a huge chunk. Like we're kind of invested in this thing now. Just them confiscating Silk Road, they had like 2% of the network or something like that. That's how much Bitcoin Silk Road had that they confiscated. But yeah, like, I think that's exactly what they did. They were like, well, we're like invested in this now. Like if we delete it, we lost what we just stole from this company, sort of. But I think honestly, the American government's behind it, like because of how much they think that they, like the capital gains thing, like I was talking about yesterday. This guy had a bunch of Bitcoin and decided to leave the U.S. with a bunch of Bitcoin, but the IRS was like, hang on, you have way too much. You got to pay us something. But he's in a whole nother country. He's never actually sold his Bitcoin. He's bought it like a stock. Bought it like a stock and just held it. Um, but yeah, now the U.S. government thinks that they're entitled to like 30% of his Bitcoin, even though he's not even in the U.S. and he never sold any while he was on U.S. soil. Like he still isn't. I don't think he's actually even sold any yet. But it's just, to me, like it's not their currency. How it's not their currency, and then he's outside of their jurisdiction as far as taxing goes too. You know what I mean? Like it's like I said, if I had 20 million yen, say I had 20 million yen, for some reason I was trading the dollar for yen, and I'm stacking up yen. I had 20 million yen, and then say I want to take this 20 million yen and go to Peru, right? It's like the U.S. deciding that they get 30% of the 20 million yen I've been saving. It's not their currency. How do I owe them 30% of a currency that doesn't fucking belong to them? See what I'm saying? That's where I think Bitcoin, our country was actually even behind Bitcoin. Our own country. You know what I mean? Because they think they have such a right to it, and it's not their currency. Like it's a whole nother system. It's a whole nother unit of measure, basically. Basically it's what it's going to be. The dollar is a unit of measure, and Bitcoin's going to be a unit of measure. But a lot of people are scared of the volatility. It's really, just think of it. It's like it's a roller coaster ride. Just on a crazy ass roller coaster ride for the next 10 years. Just up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. You know, it goes over 120, you're gonna be like, woo, you know, woo, and it goes back down under 68, and you're like, oh. And then just keep continuing to stack in it, because it's gonna get more and more scarce. Like, part of it is, like I say, all the old people that are still here, they don't see any use case in it. They don't see the use case in money that can move at the speed of light. They don't see what they don't see. They'd rather carry 100 pounds of dollar bills than weightless currency that is finite. You know, they'd rather carry 100 pounds of dollar bills that the government just printed. It smells good. But no, I think, like, when you start to see places start accepting crypto, like, you know, because, like, I'm waiting for it. Like, fucking, I could just pull out my phone and pay with some of my Doge. Instead of, I don't have to have these plastic cards in the middle. I can just pull out my Bitcoin and, you know, I could just scan a QR code with my phone. It'd be a little bit faster. I might even could just tap my phone. Like, I don't have to even open up the Apple Pay app. Like, my phone's already smart enough to know that I'm trying to spend Doge when I tap it. You could set your wallet up like that. But the thing is, they don't accept Doge yet. That comes later on. It comes in the next stage of adoption. But yeah, they'll eventually see Bitcoin. Bitcoin will get sold out, and then they'll see Dogecoin, because it's proof of work. It's proof of work protocol. It's hours of time put into the system is what generates more coins. You know what I mean? Like, the same thing with how dollars should actually work. Hours of time put into the system creates more dollars. And it kind of does. Like, when you sign up for your house, like, you sign up for a $500,000 house, it basically gives the government the right to print another $500,000. And they give it to that bank, and then you pay back the bank. Right? So, but it's like, you know, it's like the dollar, you pull it out of the system, basically. It's like, it's time worked. You know what I mean? Time spent, energy spent. It's proof of work. It's proof of work. Whereas all these other cryptos, it's like you have a stake in a company, right? It's like you have stake in a company. If you buy Solana, you have a percentage of that company, that network or whatever, you know, Solana. You have a percentage of Solana by buying Solana. But if you buy Doge, is proof, it's hours of work. You know, it's time. Doge is time, because it's proof of work, basically. It's like, sort of, you know what I mean? Time spent creating it. But all these other cryptos, it's like your proof of rank. That's all. You already seen it. If you watch that Jack Mallers video, he already said it. It's just, that's just the way. I can't unsee it now. Can't unsee it now. The dollar's for commoners. But no, yeah, it would have been nice to get into it like 10 years ago. Yeah, I remember them trying to. I was in college. They were trying to. Somebody did a presentation on Dogecoin, We did a presentation on Dogecoin. They were talking about it. It was so low for like $1,000 investment at that time. You would have put $1,000 on Dogecoin, and it would have made it to a penny. Which they were talking it like it was going to make it to a penny at least. You know, they were like, you know, it's like they think it's going to replace the dollar. I don't know. I don't remember exactly all of that, but they were talking about Doge, you know, like the do only good every day. And they were talking about the two guys that created it, and they basically created it as a way to get themselves out of student loan. They got themselves out of student loan debt with it. They, you know, they had more. They created more than they actually even thought that they were going to create by doing that. When they did that, when they made it, and all he basically did was he just copied the Bitcoin protocol, copied the protocol of the Bitcoin, and then he pasted it onto his own page, changed a few numbers around, changed a little bit of it, make it his own coin, and then posted it. And then there was Dogecoin.org or something, like how there was Bitcoin.org, there was Dogecoin.org. And they were trying to tell us, you know, like, oh, you know, just put $1,000 on it. And at the time, I'm like, oh, I'm in college. I'm gonna be an engineer. It doesn't matter. Like, I'll find my own way. That's cool. That's cool that they're gonna help people out like that. But I was like, I shouldn't need it anyway. But I still didn't understand like the whole logarithm of it. It's like that's all it is logarithm. I caught the flip of my stack just right off the tip to the top of the baseball bat. Right. No, I mean you gotta kind of live in the moment too. You know what I mean? Like you're still stuck where you know you're still kind of stuck where you are in time. Like me, I don't know. I had even my buddies that have hit me up. They like my buddies that were trying to tell me to buy it in the past. It'd be nice if they were to just throw me a quarter of a Bitcoin. You know what I mean? But I understand how much it's worth and how much that is and how much potential there is. So I understand why they're just like, no, make it yourself. You know, it's like I earned this. You can earn it too. It's like, yeah, it's like I should have just listened to you when you were telling me about it 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. Like I get that side of it too. It's like no, I made this. This is mine. I made it. This is my tenth of a coin. But now I'm on my way to 13%. It sent another percent over to my wallet. Now I'm working on building a 13th percent right now. That's why I'm logged in. I'm trying to get some orders. Man, come on, give me a little bit. The bank account's positive. I spent more on crypto. I bought more over the weekend, but the bank account's positive like $300. I probably spent like 200 in crypto, and then I've got another 58 that I'm waiting to send that I've already made from yesterday. I think. Just trying to make some more. Obviously, at 58, if I can make that 58 like 120, and then send it over to my account, because they charge me $1.25 to send it to my account, or I can wait weekly. I can wait and get paid weekly, or I can get instant payout. It's literally there in like 30 seconds. Like the money moves at the speed of light, right? It's like it's there like before I can even open up my bank account to like look to see if it's there. It's already there. But yeah, so I'm trying to get, if I can make another like $60 today would be cool somehow, even if I got to go back out after work. And then send that over to the bank account just to make sure. But like I should be positive like another $100 in the bank once those two crypto transactions hit. It takes a couple of days, especially if I buy on a Thursday or Friday. If I buy on Thursday after 6 p.m. I think I do 8 o'clock just to be sure. But if I buy on Thursday after 6 p.m., it doesn't even hit my account until Monday. So that's all, like, I can build money Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to make sure that I can spend money ahead of time on Thursday, as long as I don't catch a flat, basically. If I catch a flat, well, then I'm fucked, and I got a bank overdraft fee. But yeah, view time's over 2100. It's at 21.3. 21.300 hours. It's moving a little bit every day, and then, like I said, it's starting to increase. Like, it was like an average of like 20 hours a day. Like, if I was live for 12 hours, I could get like 20 hours of view time. Now it's starting to go up to like over 35, 40, 50. I appreciate y'all. Just keeping y'all posted on all that. You know what I mean? And last night's show did pretty good. It did all right. What did I hit? What did I get on it? What did I hit? It hit more than that. It did more than that. I got another 6 hours of watch time since I published it. Like, it made watch time during the live event. I want to say it made like 16 hours of watch time during the actual live, and then another 6 hours of people rewatching it after it was posted. That's pretty good. So I got like 20 hours out of a 5-hour live show. You know what I mean? And that was last night at the end of the day, on top of my other job that I worked. You know what I mean? Like, eventually it's gonna start moving. I'll get to the point where I'm making like probably $4 a day on YouTube. I'll make $4, making $4 a day from YouTube. That'd be cool. that'd be badass. I'm just getting to the point now. I got to start watching what I say a little bit more, because as I'm getting closer to that cusp of being monetized, anything could happen and they'll want to demonetize me like right after that. Because then they're getting you for free. You know what I mean? They continue getting your shit for free, basically, because you're not gonna just stop making videos. Just like, if you got demonetized, you're gonna probably keep making videos and try to fight to get monetized again. You know what I mean? But I don't think it really matters subscriber count. Like, I think once you make it to 1,000, it's just you're worried about your watch hours. Once you make it to 1,000, you just keep your watch hours up, and then however many new subscribers you get, it's just new subscriber. Whatever. I don't think that they really have to make another 1,000 subscribers the following year. Maybe like you have to continue to grow. Maybe. But I still don't think that. I don't know if that's true, because from what I can see here, it's like, just get the first 1,000 and then have 4,000 hours of watch time every year. Just have people that watch at least 4,000 hours in a 365-day period. Well, let's call it 360 days, because they're like 5 days behind too. So they probably cut it like somewhere weird. But yeah, 2134 as of June 2nd. So it's really probably like, it's really probably 23. Really probably already at 23. It'll just take 5 days to show that it's at 23. But yeah, I appreciate y'all, man. I really do. Like I said, I wish I could get my own mother to use one of the 11 screens that she has in her house to just put me on for, the 5-hour period or whatever. Yep. it's almost making me want to buy more devices just to view by myself all these different devices. Like, it really only takes a little bit, and you eventually start to take off.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal. 2 delicious wake-up wraps.
April's healing up from her surgery. Today's day number 8. But I thought I'd take this time. I'm right. My house is probably maybe about a 1-minute drive from where I'm at right now. Maybe a 3 or 4 minute walk. But I wanted to come down here and just talk to you guys about some of the things that one of the questions that I haven't answered. I get a lot of emails asking some of the questions that I've answered in previous videos from last year, and not a lot's changed as far as immigration, driver's license, things like that, banking in the Philippines. I've made videos on all of those things. If you haven't seen them, please go back and check them out if you're interested in any of that stuff. And one of my best videos that I had, as far as the most views, is my 30 tips video. The thumbnail says 30 tips. But today I wanted to address something. I've got asked this question a lot of times earlier. Like, I've only been in the Philippines about 14 months, but I got asked this question many times throughout that period, and it was, I was still too new here to really answer it honestly. And the question is would I consider moving back to America? And I've thought about this all day, actually. It's almost sunset. That's why I wanted to come out here. But I was thinking about it, and that's where I grew up. So I love the United States, and I wish that it wasn't the way that it is now. But it is what it is. Reality is reality. The truth is the truth. It doesn't seem like the United States that I grew up in.
Right.
You know what I mean? There's a lot of things that's changed. I'm not saying that it's all bad by no means.
It doesn't seem like they're trying to preserve it at all. They're not trying to preserve it at all anymore. Like what it was. Like we'll never get back to, because they're definitely not worried about trying to preserve it at this point.
It's still probably it's definitely not the best infrastructure in the world now that I've been to other places, but it's one of the best. It's definitely probably the innovator of good infrastructure. I would say that, but it hasn't been updated in a long time. But after thinking about it pretty much all day, I looked at this email this morning, and I was thinking about what to say in this video, and I usually shoot from the hip.
But yeah, if you come to Florida, it helps if you're bilingual. Especially if you're trying to get a job and shit, dude. Like, if you're bilingual, you might as well be a veteran.
But I kind of think it over in my mind. I don't want to come off as callous or entitled or anything like that, or just like, definitely don't want to sound like no traitor or anything. Like I said, I love my country.
I mean, well, I mean, we all have a name. Like, the name is your entitlement. Like, your name, your first, middle, and last name is literally part of your entitlement. I don't, but I'm not trying to say it that way, but it's like, it's just your namesake, though. Some of it, you can't help. Like, a rich girl, she's like, I can't help that I'm privileged,
But after moving to the Philippines, my mindset has changed, and some of the things that I used to take for granted, I don't anymore. Like simple things, like electricity. It goes out here in the Philippines from time to time, and I don't mind it because it's a reminder.
You just get a solar generator. This guy was talking about entitlement. But yeah, like your name, there's a lot that your name can entitle you to. You know what I mean? Some of us, your name is your entitlement. Just a lot of us just don't have a lot that, our parents did. They only were able to get just enough out of it. You know what I mean? But yeah, some of it, it's like the entitlement. Like if like I don't know the joke like you know you think your last name is Trump, you think you can just lay around the house all day, you know? What do you think? You think your last name is Trump or something? What the hell? You need to get up and go to work.
That these things, you know, these things aren't promised. You know, you're not guaranteed to have all of those creature comforts all the time. And in the United States,
This guy,
those
he moved to the Philippines. He basically lived in North Carolina. I think he was a carpenter. He did some kind of construction work. It sounds like he was a handyman type of guy. Because he builds a lot of stuff, you know, in his videos or whatever. But he moved to the Philippines like 16 months ago because he figured his dollar was going to go further. I think he had like you know, he lost his wife, you know, they split, and so a lot of his, you know, a lot of his retirement he lost basically through that. So he looked and had like I think $250,000, and he figured, well, hell, that's 250 months I can go live in the Philippines. So he moved over to the Philippines, and you know he's got a YouTube channel and stuff now too. So he's got a little bit of an income coming in still, on top of like just being retired and just filming whatever he does throughout the day. But yeah, he's been in the Philippines for like 16 months. He's made this video. Somebody asked him if he would ever go back to America, so he's basically explaining, I guess, why he wouldn't. Just because the state of the union right now. He says, like, 'cause nobody knows what fucking direction it's actually going anymore. You know what I mean? Like, you got some of these states are going to turn blue for what? What's that going to do? You know, because y'all were losing so bad, you had to bring in millions of fucking people to be extra voters. You know, because you know half the Americans aren't even fucking voting. So you know, I don't know, and it's just so the blue side can win some more. Like, it's fucking stupid. What's that even gonna fucking do? You know, it's like they're both on the side of big business anyway. Like, they want to act like they're not, but I mean, you know, they're both on the side of making fucking more money happen. You know. Hey Santino, hey look, how y'all doing? Got an old World of Warcraft friend that lives in Gainesville. Hell yeah. But yeah, I might ride up to their Gainesville. I got like 12 days off in a row. A lot of the illegal aliens come to the U.S. looking for better jobs, claiming persecution, but they don't understand how much the cost of living is here. Sort of. They know though, because that's why they live eight adults in a house. They know. They already know the cost of living. You know what I mean? So they'll go work for minimum wage, have 8 adults living in one household, right? And then they're beating this. They got all these nice cars. Look at these nice cars. They got nice fresh clothes. They're fresh ass clothes. You know, they're dressed better than us after a little while. You know, because they know the system is a 2-income household. You know, so they have more than 2 incomes coming in. They're you know, you kind of move ahead, even on minimum wage, because there's 6 of you. You know what I mean? The strength in numbers aspect. You know, that's what it is. And we're kind of fucked because as long as they continue to do that, have like one house as a multi-family household, you know, they're gonna. I mean, because really the way that we do things that's not that our. You know what I mean? That's not our motif. I guess that's not our drive, not our American dream to stay at home with our have grandma and grandma. Like, we never left grandma and grandma's house and start having kids in grandma and grandma's house, which a lot of us still do. You know what I mean? You didn't even get out of your mom's house and you already have a kid. But I don't know. It's not like a them thing. I don't know. It's just part of it is the way that we live too. We're so extravagant. Like, they see how big our bedroom is and they're like, oh, you can have 4 people in here. This isn't a 1-person room. You know what I mean? Because coming from where they come from, where they don't even have running water, they have electric 2-3 days a week. You know what I mean? It's a huge benefit to be here, even to just figure out how to milk the system. You know what I mean? And then, do we really need more people that are going to figure out how to milk the system? You know, and then, like, I don't know, dude. It almost makes me want to open up a non-emergency medical transport somewhere here in Florida. You know, I get a free van. I can get the government will buy me 5 vans if I just open up a non-emergency medical transport business. And they'll give me money I don't even have to fucking pay back. You know, I don't know, dude. I don't know how all this happened. I really don't, man. And I don't say we need to go back. You know, we obviously can't go back, and then going back isn't really the best picture. You know what I mean? But what are we going to now? What are we turning into? You know, like, are we like the pinnacle of modern America is plumbing. Well, I guess maybe electricity, but before that it was plumbing. Kelly Osbourne said, "Who's going to clean your toilet?" But yeah, that cost of living, they do kind of they see it, but at the same time, you're coming from a place that they don't even have steak. Steak isn't an option. You know what I mean? They're just glad that steak is an option. If that makes, I'm not saying it the right way, but the cost of living, it's gonna be higher. You know what I mean? It's just part of it, man. Cost of living only goes up. $8 9 mile. They're gonna give me that as a direct order too, huh? Way down there. It's actually not too bad. It's not too bad. I don't know if I want it though. $8.50 9 mile. If a business has to be propped up by illegal labor, yeah. Except it's not illegal. And that's really what we need to do, sort of, because like I heard somewhere they're just gonna like Medusa the whole planet anyway. Like there's like the medical field is eventually gonna take over. You know, like America's just gonna turn into like, you know what I mean? Like the medical field just kind of take over where the government left off, and we're just gonna Medusa the whole fucking planet anyway. Med USA. Now they want me to do this Bob Evans shit. I guess I'll take it. Fuck it. They gave me 13 more cents. I don't know where that came from. 13 pennies. Alright. I can't believe I gotta go all the way to Bob Evans though. I'm gonna go all the way to fucking Bob Evans. On a Sunday. On a Sunday. All the way to Bob Evans. On a Sunday. And I really don't know either. I'm just a giant kid. I don't know why they're expecting so much out of me. Just a giant fat boy. You know, that dude, he turned panhandling into a side hustle. He's like, he has a house, has a car, has a house, has kids, has a wife, and he panhandles as a side hustle with his wife and kid. That's America today. Alright, it's probably not ready. I'm gonna let him know I'm here. Probably not ready because it's Sunday and shit. It could be ready. That's a simple order. I guess I gotta give him another 5 minutes or something. I don't know. We got a chance. Yeah. But no, like, they say, like, Fallout, he says, every dollar spent is a vote cast. I'm not saying stop making dollars. I'm just saying stop voting with them. Try to only, try to spend every vote in the new system that they've got. Cast your votes. Opt out of the current system by casting your votes into the new system of actual proof of work. Money being based off of how much work you actually put into it. Not just like it being an imaginary concept, you know what I mean? Oh, I guess it's priced in oil. I'm not saying that the right way. But like I said, every dollar spent, like they say, is a vote cast. You should cast your votes into the new system. And even though the new system is just still the old system, like, what's the difference between a red pyramid and a blue pyramid? Just blue paint. It's really the only difference. But it's like I said, like we need a digital asset that can move at the speed of light. Gold is not capable. It's behind. You know what I mean? Gold is not capable of being transferred at the speed of light digitally anywhere around the globe. I'm getting bigger too. Bought out a lunch truck, like $2 worth of food for 50 plus. Gave me what I ate for free. You can see the video. Greens and beans. Yeah, they say it's gonna drop for another 4 months. I don't see how it's, I don't know, man. It makes no sense if it goes lower than 50K. It makes no sense because the previous cycle, I think it went down to 17, but it was only for a brief moment. And then it kind of fought between 29 and 30, between like 27 and 33, kind of fought in that ground for like a good year. And then it finally just back up to 50, 60. And then 50, 60 kind of floated 50, 60, 70, back down 50, 60, and then 50, 60, 100. So from where it was all the way at 120, it was an eighth of $1 million. 126,000 is an eighth of $1 million. And then now it goes all the way back. I don't think it's going to go under 30 again. But we could see it go that low. Which will fuck a lot of shit up. But I don't think it's going to go that low too, because you've got all the institutions. The whales sold to institutions, and the institutions are now the new whales, basically. So I don't understand. There's like a certain amount of capital it's a different level of capital that can, now we're talking in billions, not millions and thousands. We're talking in billions and trillions in Bitcoin, So I don't see how, I don't think it's going to go lower than 50K, honestly. But as low as it is now, anything is possible. But it's been over 50K for like 2 years. I think it's just got enough of a backbone that's going to hold over 50K because of all the EFTs. But yeah, and then you got 5% is never going to be sold. It's just sitting in Satoshi's wallet. It's like mined it's like in a dead wallet, basically mined and it's just 5% of the network is always secured. It can't go to zero because 5% of it will never be sold in any case. And then, like I said, I got a buy order. If it ever goes to a penny, I've got a buy order. I'm gonna buy 100 of them for a penny if it ever goes to a penny. So I will personally make sure it never goes to zero. I'm one of the people that are personally gonna make sure it does not go to zero. If it goes to a penny, I'm gonna throw another 10K on it. Fucking have 1 million coins. All right, it's getting hot. My phone's probably getting hot. I gotta pull the case off. hope it's ready. Give him an extra 5 minutes now. Should be ready. But yeah, every dollar spent is a vote cast. Every dollar that you spend, you're voting for that company to succeed by spending your dollar at that company. So I'm gonna spend my dollar on Bitcoin and Dogecoin because of the proof of work protocol that I think the world should already exist on, but it's not a protocol. Because I mean, there's a procedure to proof of work. But it's not. It had never been a computer protocol until recently. All right, I gotta go straight down this road. It's an easy ride. Not this road. Hang on, I'll show you. I gotta get around. Do 6 U-turns. Why are you an hour back from the stop sign? Yeah, scoot up, dumbass. God of War. No. God of War. Luffy. I'm not too big into games, man. I how much time I've wasted on games, and then I'm waiting for the next big innovation. Really, I'm waiting for us to be able to walk through the internet before I get back into gaming, because it's just money and time wasted. I mean, I get it's cool, the artwork and all that, and gay of war, the gays of war. Oh my god. GTA, I do want to play some GTA 6, but also the crowd that's on GTA 6, the idea of playing games nowadays is to play them online. You know what I mean? Single player campaign mode games, they're kind of dead. If it's a really good game, it's a really good story, if they make another Zelda, then yeah, I mean, Zelda, Zelda's going to stand out from that. But even Mario is kind of dying as a single player, playthrough campaign game. But it's Mario's better as Mario Party. Or you know what I mean, or Mario Kart, or you know what I mean, Mario Olympics, it's but yeah, it's the nature of gaming is changing, and I don't know, it's, I'm not against God of War, I just never played it, you know what I mean. If that's what you're into, cool, you know what I mean. I don't know what game I'm waiting for if they make a game, or I don't know. I like Red Dead 3, Red Dead 3 maybe. That's about it. I mean, because it's the graphical update that they're going to put on GTA 6. They're going to put Red Dead on that engine. They'd be so stupid. They'd miss $1 billion opportunity not to put Red Dead on that engine. But I don't know. It looks terrible. Yeah, and every game nowadays is kind of, I don't know, I think they're using AI to make the games too much or something. I don't know what it is, if that makes sense. As if the characters that were the characters that were in Skyrim are making games nowadays. It's almost like that. It's almost like the AI in games that you can have a conversation with is what's making video games now. But yeah, looking at my PlayStation and like, oh, I spent 2,000 hours on this game, 1,000 hours on this game, 1,000 hours on this game. You know, like I still would like to play, you know, on Friday or Saturday, you know, or play the game more like an adult, you know. But yeah, just like I was looking at how many thousands of hours I was putting on these games, and if I would have converted that energy into like actually working, you know, it could have been X of thousands of more dollars. You know what I mean? But you can't like every free hour of your time you can't work. You know what I mean? You can't the hours you spend playing a game, you can't necessarily make money off of that time, that 100 hours a week that you're spending playing a game. You could ultimately, maybe one day, there's ways to do it, but it didn't happen. You know what I mean? So I'm looking at like all those hours and shit that I spent. If I would have put all that hours into YouTube, it would have been 6,000 more hours of content on this channel. Yeah. But yeah, I can't look at it like that. But it's still, if 1,000 hours on this game, if you know, like, 'cause there's a lot of days like at work, I slacked off because I wanted to play the game. You know what I mean? Like if this 1,000 hours on this game was work time instead, at $20 an hour, it would have been a nice $20,000 more dollars before taxes. You know. But like I said, you can't, you know, just because it's an hour on the game doesn't mean it could be an hour that you could have been working, because there's still scheduling and all that. You know what I mean? You only have worked so many hours in a week before they tell you to leave. You know, you can't. Right. And yeah, games are an escape. Like I'm waiting, you know, I'm wanting to get a van and then build it into like an internet cafe and just have like a mobile internet cafe. You know, get a you know, get Starlink, you all hooked up, and just like boom, back my hands. You know, I'm gonna like put a different camera angle, and then just be live streaming the whole room. You know, the whole van. Like have a TV, sort of have a TV, and then just live stream myself playing the game from inside the, you know, my living room that is my van. You know what I mean? I think it'd be pretty cool. I'm not going to do it, like, it's not going to be all of my streaming, though, either. You know what I mean? I'm not going to be just live playing a game now. You know? Still wanting to get out there and explore. And I like the idea of using Uber to zigzag around the country. But yeah, like putting a camera in the corner of the van so that you see me sitting, or, you know, however, my little spot built in the van. See me sitting in like a beanbag chair playing a game, and I'm still responding to chat and stuff. You know, like I'm more or less focused on the live stream. So when people come in and want to talk or hang out or whatever, and then the game is just something else to look at, more or less. Like if you know who Snooks is, pretty much, I'm gonna try to like kind of take a play from his book. You know what I mean? Be a little bit higher energy, because that's like Snooks' thing is he's real low energy. He's a low energy, you know. But he sits there, he plays Minecraft, and he zones the fuck into some Minecraft, and he doesn't pay any attention to his chat. Well, no, he does. I'm not saying it like that, but he'll look at his chat like after a half hour and be like a half hour behind on the chat. He's like just playing Minecraft. I'll try to be more focused on the chat and the live itself first. You know what I mean? Because the game's just a distraction. Something else going on screen. Which I'm not saying you know, like I love Snooks, man. He's a good guy. I'd love to smoke a joint with him someday, which we could probably do, because I mean he knows my screen name already and stuff like that. Like he's, you know, he likes my sense of humor at times. I bet he's popped into my live streams at, you know, maybe a few times. Gaming keeps my mind off trudging through life. Something to look forward to. And it does too, man. Like, I remember when Red Dead 2 was out, like it just came out, and my boss was wanting to get out of work early to go finish playing the campaign on Red Dead 2. he's like, can you close tonight? Can you close tonight? I just got Red Dead on the midnight release. And he's like, I already almost got the whole fucking game beat. And that part of games I do love, you know, like the community. It's part of the community of gaming. But yeah, I'm waiting for like the next innovation in gaming. Like I had a PlayStation, you know, I didn't have a PlayStation. I had a PlayStation 2. I went from like Nintendo 64 to PlayStation. Well, I went from Nintendo 64 to GameCube to PlayStation 2, and then I pretty much didn't play on PlayStation 3 and 4 at all. And then I came back into gaming at PlayStation 5, pretty much. But there was a pretty big difference between 2 and 5, you know. But part of that was me walking away from it for a couple of years. I was able to come back and be like, oh yeah, look at how, oh, that looks so much better. You know what I mean? Versus just like, I don't know. Shucks. Exactly. You could live stream the games. You said you'd do that, so it's not a total waste of time. Well, yeah, that makes sense. That's what I was trying to do, really. That's why I was trying to do the Twitch thing, you know, but I'm too much of like an average gamer. And then I didn't have my face. Like, just a lot of people with Twitch, they, you know, if you don't have your face or your, you know, you don't have your face in the corner, you don't have a webcam on you, people are going to go find somebody else on Twitch to watch. You know what I mean? That's weird. I'm the same way, though. You know what I mean? Like, and especially with those e-avatar things, they have like an avatar character of themselves. I don't get that at all. That's just like you're a pussy. Like you're trying to be a live stream, you know, but you have an avatar over yourself because you're worried about, you know, your identity or some shit. Like it doesn't fucking matter anyway. just like basically just keep changing your email. You know what I mean? It's just part of the world too, man. That's why I like get into Bitcoin, because it's people can scam you, but that doesn't mean they can fucking get your Bitcoin. You know what I mean? Shut your credit cards down. I mean, you know, shut your credit cards down so that way you don't have to worry about anybody getting your credit card information at all. And then, just fucking work on a new Bitcoin standard. You know, like, it's a little bit harder. It makes it a little bit more difficult. But yeah, I mean, there's no way to stop somebody if they are like really, really wanting to take something from you, you know? How do I get to the front door? Just leave it at the fence. Oh, they opened the gate for me. Okay, I'm gonna use it to do a U-turn. Yeah, I'm gonna U-turn right here. Yeah. What do they want me to do? Just leave it on the porch. Okay, got it. Just leave it on the porch. But yeah, it's like at this point, man, regardless of what I do, I kind of want to live stream. Like, you know, I want to live stream whatever else it is that I'm doing. I want to live stream. Kind of at this point. Might not do 12-hour days, 7 days a week of live streaming. But even still, like, this is probably the only job I could do a 12-hour day, 7 days a week of. Consistently, like back to back to back to back to back to back to back. And that's really what they want. You can figure out a way to do that. You're ahead of the system. Hope I'm going the right way. Yeah, I'm going the right way. I think, yeah. Anyway, that's the first 850. It wasn't bad. It was just like a little straight shot to get down here. Traffic on this road at this far down it. There's like this is the traffic right now. Hang on, we'll wait for the next car. Just so I can show you how heavy the traffic is right now. We'll wait for the next car. Like this road's not a bad road. I'll run whatever deliveries you want. Oh, got someone coming up behind me. I gotta go. Anyway, here's the next car. Yeah, this road's not a bad road at all. It's not even really that beat up either. Like some of the roads, man, there's like just patches and potholes the whole way down it. Little creek right there. You can pull off the side of the road and go fishing right there. Six viewers right now somehow. Appreciate y'all popping in, hanging out, helping support a future real estate agent. If you're looking to buy a home, purchase land in the state of Florida in about a year from now, you should look me up. I might be able to get you a deal on something. And I'm not gonna lie, I might be able to get a paycheck out of it, which I could currently use right now because I'm currently homeless. I'm not going to say that I deserve more than any other realtor that you're probably going to be willing to work with, but I could probably use it more than any other realtor you're probably going to be willing to work with. That's my shtick, you know, homeless Uber driver that wants to be a real estate agent. And he's going to YouTube the whole way. YouTubing the whole way. You know, cross country Uber driving. Eventually get enough money to get a real estate license. And then I'm just going to start selling houses because everybody's buying houses. What do you do? Sell cars? No. So what do you do? Sell drugs? No, I sell houses. Which is still like a drug. A house is a drug. The euphoria you get from owning a home is a drug. But yeah, like I said, I'm not saying don't work and make money. I'm just saying, you know, like $1 spent is a vote cast. So try not to cast any votes. Just try to hold your money after you make it. Try not to spend it on anything because you're casting votes for all these other companies to succeed rather than yourself to succeed. In a way, if that makes sense. Every dollar you spent, it's not helping you succeed necessarily. God. Oh God. I have this huge F-350 behind me trying to suck off my gas tank. push it up, get up to the car in front of me. I can just create like a wind tunnel, be the car in the middle. Fucking, I never thought I'd see rednecks with $250,000 trucks. You know what I mean? That aren't semis. I didn't think rednecks would ever be that stupid to buy a $250,000 truck. $500,000 truck. I didn't think rednecks were really that stupid that they were going to buy a $500,000 truck. Unless you're like Dennis Anderson, that's easily a $500,000 truck. If you don't know who Dennis Anderson is, go look up this thing called Gravedigger. There ain't any other truck that's worth a $500,000. I'm sorry. And I'm sure that truck is worth more than a $500,000. What up, Manny? Sunday. Oh, monster truck. I take it. Reference. Take it. Saturday night. Only. Raymond James Stadium. And it always rains. Get ready for the rain. My dad would always say that. He's like, I don't know how. They always schedule it. They always get it perfectly and schedule it on a night where it fucking rains. We're going to have Monster Jam in the rain. Kids, put your glow swords down. Were you the kid at the circus waving your lightsaber around as a kid? Yeah, it's just the area. Yeah, it's just the area. Give it a second. I closed the whole app. And then reopened it, relogged into the lot. Like closed the whole app down and relogged into it. Give it a second. It should buffer out. It's just a signal out here. I'm out here, trying to get back up to where the signal's better. Yeah, there's a nice golf course on the side here. And then as you can see, there's no fence around it, so you could technically just go play on it. There's nothing that says you can't. Build you a fallout house right there on the golf cart mount, Yeah. Well, who else would it have been? Imagine if the monster truck wasn't invented in America. If the monster truck would have been invented in another country. It'd be a weird planet. Fuck, the monster truck got invented in another country. They actually invented it in Germany. My handicap, I think I have Asperger's. I'm like a high function, like everybody else, I'm a high functioning autistic. It's like everybody else on the planet. We're all just high functioning autistics. High fucking and high functioning autistics. I think the concept of crushing I think it's badass. They're like little Mecha Godzilla. Like the monster trucks do their thing. Monster trucks out there doing their thing. Like, you know, tearing up the car. 4 hours of a monster truck event. And then at the end, Mecha Godzilla comes out and then just starts eating all the cars that are left there. It's like, whoa! The whole stadium going nuts. Like watching this fucking metal dinosaur just eat these cars. Part 2 of the show. But no, like, think about how long it took us to make the truck. Like, we had a car for a while. We had a car for a while before anybody decided to put a wagon on the back of it. You know what I mean? It's kind of crazy. It wasn't like the following year. Just like make the Model T. You know, and then like the following year, you're like, hey, look at this part. Look, now, look at this. Look at that. Now it's a truck. Look at that. Like, how in the hell did he do that? Years ahead of schedule. That's really all a truck is. It's just like, it's a car with a wagon on the back. And like, it took us a while. Like, in between the Model A and the first truck meeting production. That's why I think the invention of the concrete truck was a significant invention. Like, it really was. One of the greatest feats of engineering. But you got to consider the time that it was invented and everything, too. The concrete truck, I think, was invented in, like, 1917 or some shit. $1928? I don't know. I know it was a long ass time ago. The concrete truck is like a significant feat of engineering too, I feel like. I mean, because look at all this right here. This wouldn't be here without a concrete truck. None of this shit you see here. We got 6 viewers hanging out, 7 popping and in and out, 10 popping and going, 7. But yeah, I can't wait once the channel I get to like 21 to like 30 live viewers, you know, like 21 to 30, somewhere in there. That's the point of no return. Even just keep doing a show to those same 20 people. Fuck it. The Bible said you will walk with and entertain angels. I'm going to look at it like that. No, but honestly, I've been looking at it, you know, I'm studying into it a little bit, looking at how much monetization you can actually see, you know, realistic levels, realistic goals in your head, you know, how much monetization you can get off of that. And as one guy was saying, his name on here on YouTube is Slightly Homeless. Slightly Homeless. I think he's in like Korea or Japan or something like that right now. And he's just like skip-toeing across the globe off the YouTube. But he live streams. He's got like 80 to 100 live viewers, you know, kind of throughout the whole day. And it's like a 12 or 14 hour live stream like I do, right? And it's like with his 80 to 100 viewers, he says he makes about $100 a day plus whatever tips he makes. Like somebody dropped him $20 for this, or somebody drops him hey, go get yourself lunch, or, you know, something, he makes 100 kind of a day from YouTube, and then plus whatever people are nice enough to give him. And he's like, and that's kind of comparable to like any other job as it is anyway. And he says, granted, you don't have to work a 14-hour day at McDonald's when you go to work at McDonald's, but do you enjoy that time? Like, I spend a 14-hour day working and I enjoy every minute of it. And it's like $5 an hour. So that's whatever. Fuck it. I'll take it. Like I said, even like $4 a day off of YouTube would be cool. That's all I need. I can go cross country with that, believe it or not. Woo! How did I get a green light? What the hell? How did it just randomly green? Nobody's even waiting at this light. But I thought this was cool, man. The big red bus. They're actually giving you 4 movie tickets now. Like last week, I saw they had a sign at $20 gift card, and I was thinking to myself, like, what the fuck? Why do you only still get $20 for your blood? Look at how much everything else is inflated. They think your blood's only worth $20 still. Just gonna come scoot right into the street. Right. Like I'm hungry, but I'm not hungry. But I'm hungry. I'm definitely gonna want to eat before I go to work. Waiting for it to ping again. $8. I already made $8, so we're chilling. I made some money. If I make some more, cool. And I still gotta go to work. And kick around some auto parts. Hope there's not a shitload of shit to do. They had a bunch of drinks they wanted me to move over into back stock, but like they didn't have a spot. Like they're in the middle of like reorganizing the store and everything. And then there was too many drinks. There was like one shelf that was available, kind of like it was like, oh, I guess that's where they want me to put the drinks, but there was half the shelf still had stuff on it too. I would have had to move over to another, I just didn't want to, I'm back there organizing, I'm picking like because I needed 2 shelves to put the drinks on from the cart that they were on onto the shelves in back stock. So I had to make a shelf basically. And then I didn't want to be, somebody's already trying to organize it. And then I'm like, I just bucked all the shit that they were, the plan that they had in their head, because of me putting the drinks here. Now they've got to like rearrange everything the way that they were thinking. You know what I mean? So I told the guy that I was like, I don't want to fuck something up for somebody else and then have them have to like undo the work that I did to like start, to do it. Have to pull all the shit that I put on this shelf off because I put the shit on the wrong shelf. You know what I mean? It's stupid. I'll try to do it tonight though, just to say, I'm gonna try it tonight. There was a bunch of shit that I had to do yesterday, kind of, sort of. I had to do a bunch of computer training. It was like an hour I was only there for 4 hours, and then I had to do like an hour of computer training. It didn't take an hour, but like because customers coming in and everything too, it was like 2 20-minute modules and 2 5-minute modules. But yeah, it still took over an hour to do that. Between customers and all that shit. And then by the time I could get that done and completed, got all the modules done, to where my boss's boss would, when he goes and looks, he'll be happy because it's done. I did more than what they asked me to even do, just to make sure I was up to date on all the training modules. And my immediate boss, he understands because I'm only like 1 day a week right now. So, I was like behind on that training module, and we really, I'm only 1 day a week. There's kind of not time to like come in and then do computer work, So I made time last night, and then by the time I was done with that, it was already 8 o'clock. and it was time to start doing the closing procedures. But luckily, I had already done backstock too. Backstock was already busted out. The bathrooms were okay. The lady that's coming in and working, the lady that works there, she wasn't coming in today. So I'm like, I'm gonna let it float. I'm coming in tomorrow. I'll clean the bathroom tomorrow. You know what I mean? It could float tonight. It's a mechanic's bathroom. You know, just that kind of shit. Hell yeah. What kind of oil you use? You use that Pennzoil? Or you Valvoline? You're Valvoline, aren't you? Get that Valvoline on. Really little Valvoline. What do you call this? Unleaded? That's Cat Williams. He's talking about. He's like, white people, when they go out to drink, they only know one thing: we're gonna get fucked up. They got Vicante. They want to charge you 20 cents for that fucking Verde sauce? Man, come on. $1 for a cup of nacho cheese. What the fuck? You get 2 packs of ramen noodles for $1 now. Definitely hungry. Definitely hungry. 250 place order. But I'm about to get lunch. I'm about to get lunch. 250. 250 for lunch. That ain't bad, man. And then in a grand scheme, I'm actually helping out McLean Distribution. McLean Distributors. Now available at Taco Bell. Alright, is the right location? Yeah, we're good.
Hi, how may I help you?
They're picking up a mobile order for Jimothy.
I'm sorry?
Picking up a mobile order for Jimothy.
Uh-huh. Everything looks perfect.
Yes, ma'am.
See you at the window.
Yeah, my dad's name was John Bob, and he named me Jimothy. I tell you, life ain't easy for a boy named Jimothy.
Sauce.
No, I'm all right. I'm a door crasher. But yeah, this poor car, man. Thanks, man. You too. What up, Nick? There was two. I could have sworn there was 2 cars. What the hell? Yeah, Ubering right now, sort of. It's just slow. This town's just fucking. It'll be another 20 years before Uber really starts to take off in this town, and by then it'll probably be replaced by another app called Planet Express. Planet Express will ship almost anything, almost anywhere. It's good, you know, for an app that's gonna take over fucking Uber and DoorDash, and then your name is Planet Express. You could end up taking shit from fucking FedEx too. Like the best slogan ever. Like, we'll ship almost anything, almost anywhere. And it explains it all. What does the company do? Like, read the title line. And Planet Express ends up being an app on your phone. No, that's what I'm thinking of. I'm wanting to make an app that just like replaces Uber and DoorDash, and then the only thing you have to do is pay your drivers better. Pay your drivers, yeah, Mountain Dew. You just pay your drivers better, and then you'll have the best drivers from both of these platforms coming over to work for you because you pay better. And then in time, because you have a better name, Planet Express, like all the Futurama, Simpsons fans, Family Guy fans, they're gonna naturally flock right over to you. What's up? Yeah, hello. The sound should be working. Should be all right. Mountain Dew, yeah. Mountain Dew. Oh, okay. HY, yeah. I was like, I think this mic good. I think the mic's good. Somebody would have said the mic was fucked up by now. But no, I appreciate y'all being here. I'm slowly building up a fan base, man. Like it was back in February, I was just live streaming to one person. You know, that's the fun part, though. You know what I mean? And really, like, your first 1,000 subscribers, man, they're special. You know what I mean? Because, like, you know what I mean? Your first 1,000 subscribers, you know what I mean? You actually helped make the channel what it is, you know? The first 1,000 subscribers, it's like, it's monumental in a way. You know what I mean? Everybody after that, they're just extra. You know what I mean? Like, no offense if you're watching this later on. I don't mean it like that. But it just, you know what I mean? It's a struggle for the first, you struggle for the first 1,000, and then you just kind of just do your thing from there. The hardest part is, I mean, you'd think more people would be like on board to like helping you, like, you know, like, that's the thing is I think I need to get a couple more, just a couple more, and then like when people click over to my channel and they see I'm at 850, they'd be like, oh shit, he's almost there. I'm gonna go ahead and subscribe. You know what I mean? It looks a little bit more legitimate. The more subscribers you have, the more legitimate the channel looks too, to an extent, you know. That's why I know judging by the quality of my channel, I don't see 100K actually happening. You know what I mean? 100K would be a miracle. But realistically, I think with enough work and drive, effort, continuously producing, I could probably get to 10, 12, 15, 20. But thank y'all for being the first 1,000. You know what I mean? Like, that's really what I'm saying. And I'm not saying I can remember, you know, I can't remember all 1,000 people, but you know, if I'll do my best to remember like my first 1,000 subscribers, regardless how big I get. I'll remember if you were somebody that was talking, I'll do my best to remember that you were one of my first 1,000 subscribers. You know what I mean? Like Dandy, he's one of my first 100 subscribers. You know, and he pops in every now and then, just says like one little quick thing. You know what I mean? Whenever he pops in, I let him know. I'm like, hey man, subscriber number 96, how you doing, man? You know what I mean? And like I said, especially like when you see a homeless that's like actually trying to improve their situation, they're actively trying to improve their situation versus somebody, like I said, if I was just standing on the corner begging for change, which I probably could still do, I could do that even before I even start making money off of YouTube. I could just go ahead and say fuck this job because it only gives me $50 a week anyway. I could panhandle for $50, you know, while I'm still logged into Uber. I could be logged into Uber and panhandle while live streaming, you know, until I can get the donations, you know. And then like that's all I'm thinking is like, if I get 10 people that want to give me, you know, if I get 10 people that want to give me $10 randomly, not even like once a month or what, you know, I mean, then that's $100 a month I can leave this state with, on top of whatever viewing monetize, you know, whatever 50 cents per whatever, you know. I think it's like 38 cents per 1,000 views right now. And then shorts pay even less. Shorts pay like 5 million views basically. But I think in decimals of 10. Basically, they pay by 100K views on shorts. Something like that. I haven't looked into shorts too much because it's not my quality, not my cup of tea. Like I do like to make short. Like if I see something, some weird shit going on or something, I'll pull out my phone and like, oh, this is good for. I'll capture this vertical. You know, this is a short right here. This is a short happening in front of me. Let me pull out my phone and record this because somebody's gonna laugh. Like you see that short where the girl, there's robots going down the sidewalk, like delivery robots, like a cooler with wheels. And then she's like, oh my God, there's like, because the robots, the sidewalk's all beat to shit. The sidewalk's all beat the fuck up. Oh yeah, Mr. Beast, like 1 million views is $7,000 or $8,000 per million views. And if Mr. Beast, if he's popping a video out every single day, he's making 8K a day from YouTube. But Mr. Beast, he's probably got like a whole media team behind him. You know what I mean? Mr. Beast might be under Trump media for all we know. You know what I mean? Same thing with Asman. Like, you know, they're more or less probably puppets now at this point because they've gotten so big. You know, they're used. They're contracted in. Like Asman, I think, is definitely contracted by Twitch. You know, where I think he's contracted by Twitch to live stream at least 180 days a year. Which he goes ahead and just 350 though, you know, because he makes more money to be live more. And he like say, you know, Twitch contracted and will give you 20 million a year, you know, base pay, like you make whatever tip you get from your audience or whatever. But rather than us paying you per view, we're just gonna, you know, because the platform needs you. Like, that's probably how they talk to Asman. You know what I mean? Like the platform needs you. You're like a cornerstone of Twitch, sort of. You know what I mean? They probably pay him like 20 million a year to be live. Like I said, like X amount of days, 180 days a year, he's got to be live. And to Asman, it's nothing. He just goes ahead and he's live 350 days a year anyway. And he doesn't cap out at that 20 mil. Like 20 mil is good enough. And then since he's live every day too, he makes money from a little bit of ad, like this ad being here. He might, you know, there's certain, he makes an appearance somewhere, make like 10K to show up somewhere. Just wearing a white t-shirt, you know. Just like, yeah, I don't know, but as you get bigger, you'll get approached. You know, like your channel becomes more of a business. You know what I mean? I'm even seeing it with that guy I was just watching. He's at 40K subs, and he was talking about people approaching him for different, you know, wanting to do a compilation video with them or do this and that, or do the two of them stream together. You know, he's never got into any of that just because it's more or less just like a fun way for him to share his retirement with the rest of the world. You know what I mean? I'm doing the same thing. You know, like I said, like retirement nowadays is just working part-time. You know, I made that decision a couple years ago. It took me years of fighting the system to even get to a decent part-time, you know. I remember like working at that breakfast diner, and I'm like, can I just be 4 days a week? Do I really need to be here 5 days a week? Like, I really don't need that little bit of extra money I'm getting from coming in on a 5th day. Can I just have that extra day off every week? And they were like, well what are we gonna do? How do we do that? I'm like, you just have another, is there anybody that wants overtime? Is there anybody that's making 25 hours that maybe wants another 8? I'm like, it's like, it's not that hard to schedule, but for me, it was 5 days a week, waking up at 6 a.m. to show up at work at 7 a.m. And I was like, man, can I just do that 4 days a week? I feel like the half the week I don't have to worry about coming in, sort of. I'm like, what are we gonna do? Like, I don't really do that much. I burn bread a little bit. Like, that's all I do. Like, I toast bread. I toast bread and sit a plate on the, I set these plates in order. That's about it. The other guy does everything. He was a great cook, dude. Like, that's pretty much all I had to do was, there's 4 top. It's like, I read this ticket, there's a 4 top. I set 4 plates, boom, and make like a little bit of space. And then I need next ticket's a 2 top. There's 2 plates, boom. And then it was easy for him because he could see this is seat 1, this is seat 3, this is seat 2, this is seat 4. And I'm just working the window, putting these plates together, dropping the plates, and then scoop a little scoop of grits, put the scoops, a scoop of grits in a little monkey dish, and then put that there on the plate, and then he knows right where to put the eggs next to that, and then I'm burning toast real quick, got the toast, boom, here, put the toast on the, boom, and it's out the window. But the other cook, he was doing everything. Like I said, I just had to put the plate down and make sure the toast was ready to go. Just create a place for him to land with, But it was a lot, man. Sunday, I didn't like Sundays, and I was trying to work with him. Like, I'll give you a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Can I have Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday off? Because I knew it wasn't gonna get like the fucking dream schedule. Monday through Thursday. Just come in Monday through Thursday and do some prep. Which that's what I might apply. Get like a 20-hour a week prep position, and then just tell them, like, I don't want 40. Don't worry about giving me 40. I just need at least like 25. And then just fucking do some prep. It's not that hard. Just 7 hours of prep each day. The only thing I don't like about being a prep cook is it reminds me of being in jail. Like, you're kind of like, you just like prep, like you're working in a kitchen in jail or something. The way prep feels to me, it's like, I don't know. Especially when they don't buy salad mix. Like, they buy lettuce, and then you cut lettuce and make salad mix. They don't just buy salad mix. That's kind of dumb. It's like wasted labor, I feel like. You could just buy salad mix. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I was thinking about Chick-fil-A. Could go into Chick-fil-A. Just the only thing is, like, the uniforms. They have like a little bit too much of a uniform policy, I feel like, at Chick-fil-A, which I don't know if I'm into. It'd be easier to work at like a bar and grill type of place where you just have to wear jeans and a shirt. You just have to show up wearing clothes. That's an idea, though. I mean, shit, go to a bar and grill type of place. You're just dropping chicken wings. Just, counting sets of 8 wings, 16 wings, 24 wings, Because I don't know, I worked in restaurants for a while, and I was thinking, at the time, I'm like, well, I'll just level up. Like, when I leave, I'll spend a year in this restaurant. When I leave that restaurant, I'll go to a higher scale restaurant. I'll just keep leveling up, going to these different restaurants, And then, but I don't know, like, you really don't level up. You just move to another restaurant. You know what I mean? But some restaurants are a lot easier they run a lot smoother. They got a better system. They have more hands on deck. you know, or it's just slower, just flat out. It's like night and day difference from that other restaurant you were in. Some restaurant you're just sitting there chilling, like security basically at the register, you know. And you could see it, you know, you like when you pick a place to work and stuff, kind of like think of that, you know what I mean, a little bit. Because like like the Sonic in the small town, that's where I would work. Because that Sonic in that small town, they don't do anything, man. I watch it, I sit there, it's like it's in my live stream how busy that Sonic is, you know what I mean. And then they have like 5-6 employees, and then there's like no cars for hours, you know what I mean. Granted, I bet there's times when, you know, we're like 8 cars deep, you know, 8 cars deep for like 2 hours fighting it, you know, get through that fucking dinner rush, you know. But still, it's like 2 hours, like 2 hours where we were actually balls to the walls, and then the other 6 hours of the day we're kind of like bullshitting on our phone, you know, or something. You know, there's restaurants like that, you know what I mean. But yeah, man, amen, proud to you, man. Like, I do, like, this is there's like I do have respect for anybody that's willing to work fast food. I feel like you're almost military. You almost deserve, not necessarily, but you're almost, you know, if you're willing to work at McDonald's, you're like you're tough. You're a tough person. You know what I mean? That's why I said if you find a girl that's working a 40-hour week at McDonald's, you know she's a real trooper. You know what I mean? She's working a 40-hour week at McDonald's. You know what I mean? There's people from birth you think you're above McDonald's, you know what I mean, and she's in there, she don't care, it's $1, making $15 just like you were anywhere else, you know what I mean. That's the girl, you know, that's the girl that's working a 40-hour week at McDonald's, you know, she's a fucking trooper at least, you know what I mean. Hopefully she's got ambition that she wants to go beyond that, you know what I mean. But yeah, I'm making 15. And that's what I'm saying. Like they're all gonna basically pay about the same anyway. Like eventually you boil back and you're like, well, who's got the easiest work? Like, you know, like y'all all, you know, you think my price is this much anyway. It doesn't matter where I go, my price is this level for my skill level. So it's like, well, who's got the easiest work then? Who's got the least amount of labor for that 15 an hour that you're giving? You know what I mean? Because there's some jobs, oh, they pay 18, but then you're doing twice as much fucking work, you know, and it's like, you know, it's like, so I'm getting paid 20% more, but I'm doing 200% of the output, you know. It doesn't equal out. That's how you send yourself to the doctor faster. You know what I mean? Just get the 15 an hour job and just, you know, play stupid on them, basically. You know what I mean? Not all, you know, I'm not saying it works for everybody, but, you know, like if you're poised to be a manager, then yeah, do your thing, you know, like set yourself up. But if you're just there to be used, kind of like the way that they look at me, then, you know, I just work like this. You know, like, what do you need? You know? Yeah, it's not for everybody. Like, I despise cars. I think this to the system, it's a joke. It's a joke that they have me working there. And really, the way that it is with the application process, the way that it is, it's almost like they pick where you work. You don't get to pick where you work. They pick where you work with the application process. The way that it is, you pretty much just have to go where it is. You might have applied there. You had the choice. You had the choice between all these different places to work. But of these 20 applications that you did, this is the one that this is the computer and everything that's above us. This is the one that you actually got put into, because they've already predetermined that. You know what I mean? You get to, yeah, you applied to this place and this place and this place, so it, you know, like, you obviously you think it's somewhere that you wanted to work because you did apply there, right? It's not just, you know, you're not just working somewhere against your will. You applied to work there. You know, you think that it's something you wanted to kind of do, right? You know what I mean? Like me, where I was at, I was like, when I got into the auto parts job, It was basically looking like it was going to be between that and Dollar General. And then I'm like, between that and Dollar General, I'm like, oh, this is going to be cake compared to Dollar General. You know what I mean? Like Dollar General, I'll have to mop and sweep the floor. Here, I won't necessarily. You know what I mean? It's like, there's things like that. And it's part of that is getting older. You know, it's all part of growing up too. And you get into your 30s, you feel like you're more in control of your situation than, you know what I mean? You're not quite so much a yes man for them like you were in your 20s. Like you're in your 30s now. You're like, no, hang on. I'm gonna do this shit this way. Like I know how to work by now. I've been doing this 14, 15 years. You know, it's like I understand what to do. Just you know, y'all sit over there. Y'all have your fun on the computer. Yeah, I don't blame you. Cars are dirty. They're an ancient technology. We just keep reinventing. Like, but they literally drive so much of the market at the same time. Like, honestly, it's disgusting to me though. Like sitting here and like watching the traffic go down this road. It's like just like this ocean of cars for fucking like 14 hours a day. All these people that they've got so much shit they have to do. They're like constantly fucking on the run. And we're supposed to be free. Nobody can keep up. We're all free, but nobody can keep up with the price of freedom. Everybody's just got to move faster. Taco Bell. Six, seven. So yeah, less than $3 for lunch. I didn't have to waste any time cooking it. But no, like, best of luck to you at that Chick-fil-A thing, man. If they're looking at you the right way, I think, man, being the depending on what the GM position actually looks like, you might be better just to be the second in command of the GM. If you make it that far, because the GM, you're responsible of everything. You know what I mean? Like the whole restaurant rests on your shoulders. The moment someone hits moment some shit hits the fan anywhere, you're the GM. You're gonna be the first one that the DM gonna be. The whole company's gonna come down on you when some shit happens. Hell yeah. But yeah, I would try to just be like the second in command, and then when you really know, like, oh, I'm ready for that position. Like you've been doing 3 years of where you're at. You've seen enough. You shadowed enough of the GM's job. You've been basically doing the GM's job. Then you approach, like, hey, give me my own store. I'm doing too much for this. Like, they're shadow managing. Like, I'm the one that's actually been running the store for like the last 8 months. Y'all should give me my own store. Don't say like, oh, I'm gonna walk if you don't. Don't say, oh, I'm gonna quit if you don't, because it might not be in the budget right then at that moment. But they do want to expand. You know what I mean? If you're the best candidate to like run a whole new store, they'll pretty much ask, well, what city do you want to move to? Like, we're thinking, we got like 5 different locations that we're planning on whipping out, and you pick like, okay, well, I want to go. This city will be probably, I can go. It's like if I live where I live now, I won't even have to worry about getting a new apartment somewhere. It'd be an hour drive to work, but at least they're gonna make you the GM. You're looking at like $90,000 a year to be a GM at a fast food place. It's not that bad. You know what I mean? Like, basically, you build a good staff underneath you. That's all you need. Build a good, solid crew underneath you. Everybody's doing their job, and then you keep working hard yourself as the manager. You know what I mean? So that, like, people work harder for a manager that's working hard themselves. You know what I mean? You've seen how to work by now. But yeah, be a manager that's not just like posted up in the office the whole fucking day, watching security cameras. And you don't have to do that much. I mean, because really it's a minimum wage job. If say you're working in that station next to your, next to your line, or you're with your crew because somebody called in sick and you gotta work the finger station or wherever, like whatever. I don't know what stations there are, Chick-fil-A. But say like but you're running that little station between front counter and drive-through or something because you're the manager. You know what I mean? But you're there, you're doing your shit. You're helping them bag shit up. You're kind of keeping the whole team motivated. They see you sweating, they're willing to keep sweating. Come to the dark side. Wow. But yeah, I'd be there for them. Be there for them when they call you in on that kind of shit. You don't really need to be a star employee to be better than 90% of the crew there. You just be a good employee, and you'll probably be better than half the people there. Just to be a good employee. You don't have to be a star. Just be a good employee, and you'll probably be better than half the staff. Everyone's a suspect. I will make them pray for meat. Oh, yeah. Probably gonna go back to that Chinese buffet again. Because I ate good enough at that Chinese buffet I didn't have to eat the whole rest of the day. And then like half the day the next day. So it was well worth it. And it's cheap. Like for the price of a value meal at Burger King, I can go to a Chinese buffet. Well, you give her some back shots, cheer her up a little bit. That's probably all she wants. I don't know what it is. Like, you ever notice, man, they love putting their phone in their back pocket. Like, it's almost like they love something touching their butt. It's weird. Like, it always goes in that back pocket. Like, it's a dumb place to put your phone too, because like, aren't you gonna sit down? So you gotta remember to keep pulling your phone out of your back pocket before you sit down. I don't know why they always put their phone in their back pocket. Like I said, it's like they like the feel of the phone hugging their butt or something. The way the phone caresses their butt cheek. They just like putting their phone there. But no one said you had to lick it. Nobody asked you to smell it. But yeah. But yeah, I understand where you're coming from. If she don't look good enough to eat, you shouldn't be wasting your time on her at all. Quality over quantity. And if you can still pull off, if you can pull off quantity too, you got two quality women, then you go for it. But yeah, if they don't look good enough to eat, you shouldn't be wasting your time on them. No, there's a lot of women, to me, you know, there's a lot of women that do look good enough to eat. I'm like, oh man, I'd lick her from head to toe. That's just, you know, me being a guy and, you know, female and, you know, the way nature works. But if, you know, I'm not gonna waste my time, you know what I mean? I can waste that myself. Like, imagine the thousands of dollars that you'll spend by never spending a dime on women. Potentially millions. No. A fucking $10 20 mile. I'm gonna let it ring. It takes them longer to find a driver. She got the body, not the face. I don't blame you there. The face is more important, kind of, sort of. I mean, yeah, you want her to have a decent looking body. You don't want it just, you know, she just looks like a sack of potatoes. Like, but yeah, you wake up, first thing you're gonna do is roll over and look at her face, you know. Just like in music, the trick to seeing a woman's face is to look at it upside down. People like car videos. I posted a short. Yeah, I know. I was telling you that, dude. A short with a car in it. I bust 1,000 even before when my channel was smaller, like much smaller. When I had like 16,000. When I had like 16 subscribers. I had like 16 subscribers, and I post a video with a short in it, or I post a short with a car in it, and now get like 1,000 views. There was one, I literally was just making a short because the guy came into the parking lot. Like, it was a parking lot, I was sleeping there. It's pretty much like that was my apartment for a little while, was the back end of this parking lot. And it's this dude comes in there to the parking lot, and he's just, I don't know what he was doing. He just came in the parking lot like he was like watching me. And then so I pulled out my phone, and you know, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna watch you back. You know, like this video right down here, that short right there with a truck in it. Like, my channel only had 16 subscribers. With this video with the truck in it got 1.2K views, and it's nothing. I'm not really sure what this guy's doing. He pulled in over here like he was gonna go to the bank, and then he seen me over here, so he decided he would pull over here to this random ass lot instead of going over to the bank like he was intending. So I don't know exactly what this guy's doing here, but yeah, it's about 11 a.m. It's like, it's the stupidest short, but because there's a car in it, it's over 1,000 views. And then so I tried the next day. I was like, I'm gonna do a short with my foot, in the short, right? I figured there's gonna be some people into foot fetish or whatever.
How's everybody doing? I'm coming to you live
like,
from...
you know, because the internet, that's how the internet, it's weird, you know. So I was like, I'm gonna do a short with my foot in the short, you know, see if I get some subscribers. Just people like, oh, he's got some pretty feet. I want to subscribe and see more of my feet. You know, it's like, so I don't know, it was just like, just stupid shorts, you know what I mean? This one was kind of funny.
Well, I made it to the gym again, so I'm gonna try and run in here, try to get a shower, because it doesn't look like there's too many people in there right now. There might only just be one other guy in there, from what I can tell by the parking lot.
Get swole, bro. Don't stop.
Happy Pride! I got a big flag now, what up?
Trans guys are so hot.
I am never gonna financially recover from this.
But it's just kind of weird. And then I was noticing the Mountain Dew. Every time the Mountain Dew one, this made 1.5K views. It's 1.5K views. So you don't you it's you like you remember that website Stupid Videos? You know what I mean? Stupid Videos. Basically, I mean that's kind of Stupid Videos is gone, so YouTube is a home for stupid videos now. Doesn't mean you have to just make only stupid videos, but it's just like, yeah, I don't know. It's like you could just make a stupid video. I got a subscriber off of that. It's Mountain Dew. It's Mountain Dew going into a Polar Pop cup. But yeah, you'd be surprised. Like this, I'm thinking about putting this on the channel. Ooh. Oh, it's a double. Double, 2 different pickups. Oh god, Chipotle and fucking Mezcal. Cool. Yeah. 2 different. So neither of them tipped at least $5. I can tell by looking at it. Neither of these people tipped at least $5. And they doubled them up together and made it into a $10 order. So it's $6 in tips. Somebody probably tipped $6 and somebody probably didn't tip at all. But yeah. No tip, no trip. Simple as that, man. It's getting tough out here. You can't just be driving for free. No tip, no trip. But you gotta look at it, you gotta decipher it like that. Like, does it look like $9.63? And I'm like, oh wait, but that's double. Look at it, you know. Oh, it's 2 different restaurants. So not only is it a double, it's like 2, you know, it's not, I can't even just go to Chipotle and grab both orders at Chipotle and then bang them, you know, hit 2 different, you know. Nope, I gotta go to Chipotle and then figure out how to get across the street, the 6-lane road, get across the street, go into this other restaurant that never has the food ready, wait 10 minutes at the other restaurant while the Chipotle is dying, then get that food from the other restaurant, and then go take that food from that other restaurant to that other customer first before the person that ordered Chipotle gets their food. I don't know why they do that like that. But like, they're worried about saving the time on the one order, and they'll say, fuck the other order. Like, take them last. But then yeah, since it was a $9.63, and then Uber gives you 4. Uber gives you 4 because it's $2 per 2 trips. So yeah, so like Uber gives me 4, and that means it was less than $6 that whoever did tipped, and so probably the other person didn't tip anything. They just doubled their orders together to get someone to take them. And really, some of these restaurants, it's like $5 of frustration just to, when you go there and then have to wait 20 minutes. I probably will. I'll go live after work because I'll still need to hit a little bit more Uber. You could see how well it's hitting right now. So pretty much after work, I'm gonna go do some more Ubering probably. And then I'll be live. Pretty much if I'm Ubering, I want to be live. Just for like my own protections, kind of, sort of. I couldn't just take this street? That street doesn't connect? That street? Oh, because it's closed. Oh, God. Fuck that, bro. $11 13 mile. It wouldn't have to be that bad, but this street is closed. Oh, well, I don't know. The street's closed. The street I was supposed to take is it's fucked up. But anyway, late in the day on Sunday is usually a good time to run. People quit early. People quit early on the day on Sunday. And Sunday you can go until like 2 a.m. You can, I mean, you know. So I'm gonna clock in, but pretty much like I like to go live while I'm Ubering, because at least there's an account from my dashboard, you know, of me Ubering. So if something were to happen, I go to a false address or I show up somewhere and they want to rob me, I'm live streaming while it happened. You know what I mean? Like if something dangerous or some kind of situation, or I'm in an accident, or there's an accident happens in front of me, you know, there's an angle, you know, there's you know, I have a record of events from an angle, you know, from my own angle, you know, or whatever. You know what I mean? So certain things like, oh, they'd be like, oh, he never delivered it. He didn't deliver it to the right address. It's like, well, there's a live stream of me delivering it. So yeah, you want to try that again? You know what I mean? Because sometimes I will get reports from Uber from people trying to like just rip the system off. You know what I mean? Someone say, "Oh, he delivered it to the neighbor's address." It's like, yeah, okay, stuff like that. You know, or they don't give you the confirmation pin. You know, they put a confirmation pin on the order, and then you hand them the food. They never give you the confirmation pin. So you bypass it, and then because you didn't get the confirmation pin, they'll say like you didn't deliver it, you know, and then get the order replaced. You get hit. You get hit. It's gonna report on your record. You know what I mean? But at least with the live stream, I don't have to worry about that. Like the only thing that could happen is like I brought it to the wrong maybe I brought it to the wrong address or something, you know. But even still, I make sure to take it wherever the ping location that Uber's telling me to deliver it to. That's where I bring it. If the customer's trying to get me to change the address from there, they say not to do that. Don't do that. Like, because this is where you were contracted to bring it to here. You brought it to here, and then you reach out to the customer like, hey, where you at? You must have put the wrong address in, you know. And then at that time, when you realize it's the wrong address, you reach out to support. You cancel the order, you know, because you have the option. You can drive out to the new address. They're supposed to pay you for the time involved, the time and the mileage, but they don't. So you're just driving out to the new address for the same tip amount. You know what I mean? And then they're the ones that fucked up their address. They don't know where they were even sending the food. You know what I mean? So I don't know. But anyway, you reach out to support, and then basically you can keep that food because they'll tell you to dispose of it. There's all kinds of different, you know what I mean? But I like this career path of just being a starving artist. Gotcha, man. But yeah, I'm logging off at about 2 o'clock. I gotta go swing some parts around. But yeah, for like security and my own protection purposes, if I'm logged into Uber, it's after I've already gone live. At least at this point. But no, I don't know. Hell yeah, man. So I've got another. Check it out. Check it out. 67. Wait, oh, wait. There it is. 67. 67. 67. But yeah, man, fast food, man. If you get to be fucking general manager, fast food. You're looking at like 5 weeks of vacation and like 90 to maybe 100K a year to be a general manager in fast food. Four weeks of vacation is awesome. You probably would maybe even more than that. You might even get to the point you like maybe get all the way up to 8, get 8 weeks of vacation out of them. Can you imagine? Like only working 10 months of the year. You got 8 weeks paid vacation. You only work 10 months of the year. You just have to be really like that week that you're off on your vacation. You're still worried about the store though. You're just like, oh fuck. You try not to think about it, but you're like, oh. You're even probably laughing at whoever's probably closing that night or whatever, sitting there laughing like, haha, they're there, I'm over here. Like fucking that one night, man, I was in my other buddy's live stream, Crypto Road Dog. Shout out Crypto Road Dog here on YouTube. But yeah, I popped in his live stream just to, say what's up. He had like 4 viewers at the time. He's a smaller guy trying to get off the ground. Yeah, I pop in. He's got like 4 viewers. I give him a like real quick, and I'm like, "Hey man, how y'all doing?" I'm like, "I'm sleeping on the beach out here in Treasure Island, Florida." And he's like, and he reads it out loud. He's sleeping on the beach in Treasure Island, Florida, man. He's like, "Man, I wish I could be there with you too." He's like. Fucking uvula. Woo! I appreciate you hanging, man. Kev's watching me on 4 different screens right now. I should almost maybe put myself on this screen. Hell yeah, now I got 5 viewers. They just don't know it yet. They'll know it. Hang on, 5 viewers. Hang on, right there. Boom. Flipping the cami. I gotta take my medicine real quick. Actually, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm trying to hold it. I'm gonna hold it best I can. I'm just gonna hold it. Continue the live stream. I'll go to the bathroom. I'll go to the bathroom once I cut the live stream, rather than trying to go in the middle of the live stream, because I'm only gonna stream for another hour. So basically, it's like a one hour warning. I gotta hit the bathroom, kind of change a little bit, give myself a horse bath. Probably could go down to the gym. Actually not. Well, I'm chilling. I should stay right here in the shade. Stay right here in the shade. There's no shade at the gym parking lot. But yeah, this is Walgreens behind me. If you don't know what a Walgreens is, you probably do. I mean, you gotta have Walgreens up there in Canada, right? 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 Yeah, it doesn't look that bad. Coming past the Shalom. I'll take it. Another $8. That's the battery, right? That's the battery. That's not the starter. I hope it's not the starter. The alternator's fine. If anything, the alternator's probably overexerting itself trying to keep the battery up at level. I think that's the starter. That's the starter. It's not trying. It's probably the battery. Probably the battery. Probably the battery. The battery itself. I'm surprised the battery has made it as long as it has. This battery's been in this car for like 6 years. You know what I mean? It's crazy. I'm gonna keep going with it, as long as it's good. It keeps firing up. I work at a parts store, so I can just, as it gets shittier and shittier and shittier, I'll just hang out closer and closer to the store. And then once it does shit out, I'll just get another battery. Not that hard. I should not have gone this way. Yep, I really should not have gone this way. Shut up, Carol. But yeah, I gotta get another mount. Because this mount, it's like on a flexi wire thing, and a flexi wire, all you see is it bounce and bounce and bounce. And I want a little bit more stability on the frame here. But I gotta get a new mount. The mount that I'm looking at, it's a charger. One of the magnetic chargers, so I won't even have to worry about plugging the charger in and out of the bottom, and the USB on the bottom. Yeah, it changed. It's up to 7 now, and I'm not logged in on my screen's not watched. No, that 7 was not me on my device, so we're at 6 now. I appreciate that, man. Especially if it is a whole other account. If it's not your same YouTube account on 2 different devices. If you have a whole other YouTube account on that second device, it really looks good. You know what I mean? But if it's your same account on the 2 devices, I don't know if it counts that for double view time. It might, but I think the algorithm's a little wiser than that. I think they'd give you 3 points like that. Because I know I got another account, Dogecoin 100 Air. So if you see comments from Dogecoin 100 Air, that's just me. But I'll switch account. I'll switch over. I'll go to bed. Before I go to bed, I'll switch over to Dogecoin 100 Air, and then click on one of my videos, and then just let one of my videos just play while I'm sleeping. I'm view botting myself while I'm sleeping, even for I get 5 more hours out of it or whatever. Cool. You know what I mean? All I have to worry about is the phone dying, which if the phone dies, it's not a big deal. Just wake up, make sure the car's not dead, recharge the phone. Not that big a deal. But yeah, a view is a view, and then a different device, more than one device is more than it solidifies the view. I don't know. I'm still learning. 11 items. It's probably not anywhere near ready. I'm gonna give him an extra 5 minutes before I even walk in there. Something like that. About however long this takes. It probably is ready. I don't think so though. They ordered all food items and not donuts. You know what I mean? They got 1 coffee and then everything else is food items. They might, I don't even know, man. Something like this, they might even be out of. 3 surprised me. half dozen donuts. 3 surprised me. Do you have a battery tester? Yeah. But the battery's, it's not, it's gonna read, it's a waste of time. It's an old battery. It's gonna read replace anyway. You know what I mean? But yeah, I can even take it out of the car and put it on the charger while I'm at work tonight. Give it a good charge up. You know, charge it off the wall instead of the alternator. But it's fine. I just don't, you know, I just don't want to have a parasitic draw basically from my phone. You know, because that's what I do is I'll shut down the car, but I'll have it on enough where the cigarette lighter's charging my phone, and then that it's like a parasitic draw. After a while, it's like slowly killing the battery. To do that, it's gotten to the point where I can't do that. I have to just wait till I wake up and then charge up however left up. Like I try to go to bed, the phones are like over 90% as I'm going to bed. They've been charging all day long. You know what I mean? And then I go to bed with 90% and then put YouTube on this phone and then just relax, you know, go to sleep. Wake up and they're still about 30%, you know, and then just top them back off. But yeah, I know I need a new battery. It's like a 6-year-old battery. It's just time. As you know, like a lot of batteries nowadays, a lot of batteries that get manufactured, they're like 90% recycled material. And they pretty much put it in a new shell. Like the box that the battery, the plastic case that the battery is. That's like the only real, everything else is all recycled material that goes into that. And they give it a real pretty shell. They put nice packaging around it, you know. But yeah, car batteries are 90% recycled materials nowadays. That's why you get a lot of there's more bad batteries nowadays too. I can't tell you how many people come in and they're like, oh, something's wrong with my shit. You know, I'm like, yeah, it's just, you don't want to buy a battery that was made on a Monday, you know. And I tell them, you know, the best way to explain it to them is like, pretty much this battery was probably made on a Monday. So whoever was working was probably half-assed coming back from the weekend, you know. It was probably either made on a Monday or a Friday. They didn't really, you know, just kind of went through the line. Sorry, it happens. There's bad products, you know. But that's why there's reason we do have the warranty replacement stuff, you know. Your battery's still warranted for 3 years, you know. So anytime in that 3 years it shits out on you, we'll give you another battery. But only once, you know what I mean? Like, but really you're buying 2 batteries. You know, when you go to buy a battery, and some people freak out about the price. It's like, if you think about it, right, you're buying 2 batteries, and you come right on like the 2.5 year point, switch it out, get you another battery, and you have 5 years of battery, you know, whatever. It's just, now they got these newer the AGM batteries. They got a 4-year warranty on them, which is even better, you know. If I can just buy a new battery every time there's a presidential election. Presidential election's coming up, so I'm gonna go drain the shit out of my battery and get a warranty replacement. That's all you really have to do. Just like do something to the battery where it just drains. Yeah, the cold cracking amps is down to like 300. It's supposed to be at 1,000. You basically just drain the battery and you bring it in. Oh, something's wrong with my battery. And just get another battery. But no, she's all right for now. She's all right for now. So I'm trying to decide. I think the tire's gonna go. The tire's gonna go before the battery. I'll have to get the tire at least a couple of days before the battery. But I'm waiting. I got, you know, I even got money in the bank account now to replace the tire with, if something happens. But if she's got another 5,000 miles on this tire, no reason to replace it right now, because it's 5,000 less miles on the new tire. Like, you know, there's no reason to replace it right now. Like, wait until it, you know, it needs replaced. But I know it's getting close. I got the money set aside for whenever I do catch a nail, which is a good feeling. You know what I mean? The credit cards are still maxed the fuck out, but at least I have enough for a tire put aside. And I'll make a payment on those cards. Not a big deal. I've just been buying crypto because how low the market is. I can't help it. buying Doge for 7 cents a piece. Like, whew. I think all day they're worth a quarter. It's a quarter. They're undervaluing. It's so undervalued right now. But it realistically is a quarter. Because it's supposed to be the price of a bottle of water. It's a doggy coin. A doggy coin. It's the price of a bottle of water. Yeah, hell. Yeah, it's be another 850. All I gotta do is go up the back of the street, on the back of this road, go around the back, around the back of the goddamn public, around the back end of that, come out the back door, go out through that, take a left out there where they should have put a light. They've got no light on the back entrance of the public, so that's a big problem. It's like an accident every day. They need to put up a traffic light there, so people coming out of the back entrance of the public, basically. Like, more people are going flowing out the back entrance of the public than there are at the front of the front entrance of the public, man. There's like more people going out the back entrance. They ought to put a light back there, but I don't know, they're gonna sleep on that for another 20 years. And then when they put that light there, you gotta take a left there, take a light, go up that other next light. The next light, it's always almost red every time you come up to it. You gotta stop there, wait for. But it's two lanes merge into one lane. So hopefully you gotta go fast. You get fast and get up there in front of the guy, and you get up in front of the guy because your two lanes merging into one. You do your thing, get up there. Usually whoever makes it out front, whoever the guy makes it right out front, they don't fucking move. I don't know how they made it out in front of everybody when the lanes were merging into one lane. This is the guy that made it out in front of everybody, and then he's only going 45. It's a road you can go 60 on all day. You can go 60, 65, doesn't matter. But the guy that made it out front, he's going 45 the whole way down. Make the length of the road seem twice as long. You get down there and then another light, you pass that another light, get up through that light. If you're lucky enough, you catch that light, green light, you go about another half mile, and there's a third light, take a left, and you're pretty much there. Just in case you were wondering if I was actually country. Just in case you were challenging my redneckedness. But yeah, they got extra large coffee, half dozen donuts, dozen munchkins, 3 hash browns, bagel with cream cheese spread, everything bagel with cream cheese spread, vegetarian cream cheese, juicy peach Dunkin' Zero sparkling water, an Americano blend, and a wake me up wrap. It's a hell of an order. They knew what they wanted, man. It should be done. It should be about ready, but like this, right to. I don't know if you can see the gold lines. Pretty much you smoke it to about there. I got another 3 or 4 puffs on this cigarette. Something. A cigar reet. But yeah, man, them little bottles of Chi-Chis, that shit was pretty good. I'm not a fan of pina colada. I'm not a fan of coconut and pineapple. You know what I mean? And neither of them separate necessarily, and then the two of them together is kind of even weirder. You know what I mean? Having filters on pre-rolls the same color as the wrap is evil. Yeah. That's why I feel like it's just cardboard. These are cardboard tubes. Recycled cardboard. They make into a cigarette tube, and then all the tobacco it's just all the tobacco that falls on the floor at the factory. They sweep it all up, and then they put it in these cardboard tubes. But hell, $2 a pack. $2 a pack, man. I could smoke all fucking day. But yeah, like usually $10 a week is my cigarette habit. I'm trying to stop. It's just more or less from living in traffic. You know what I mean? Living in traffic, it makes me want to, you know, and the more I smoke these, the further my doctor prescription goes. You know, it makes this last twice as long for the $2 I spend on these. It's, you know, it's not necessarily a fair trade, but you know. All right. Should I bring y'all in? Nah, it's probably a lot of food. I'm still gonna bring y'all in. Fuck it. Let's go. Here we go. That's the difference. It's the other channels. They do this DoorDash driving around crap. But do they bring you into the restaurant with them? No. Music out. They're probably playing music, so I'll have to mute the mic. That's the only part. All right, all right. Here. Just dunking on them. Just dunking on them. But nah, like I might get Dogecoin tattooed, man. I might get the Doge tattooed on me. Let's go ahead and get Dogecoin tattooed. But I had this I drew a little Bitcoin bee down there, and then I realized, like, oh wait, when I wipe my windows, it's gonna erase it. So then I was like, oh, I'll put it over here. Bitcoin, like my car priced in Bitcoin. Just if anybody ever offers me a nugget of a Bitcoin for my car, I'll gladly take it. But although if Bitcoin goes below 50K, I'll have to put 2 nuggets. It'll have to be 2 nuggets of Bitcoin. I'm sorry, fair is fair. I mean, you know what I mean? Still, it's a whole car, you know? 2/10 of a Bitcoin for a whole car. Alright, let's go. Gotta get this shit to Grandma. Grandma. By the power of Grandma. Nothing. Proof of pickup. Yep, exactly. Dunkin' is such a shit to your food. They're okay. They're okay, man. A good Boston cream donut from Dunkin' Donuts, there's nothing wrong with that. Shit, I mean, Boston cream donuts are about the best thing that ever came out of Boston. Am I right? Huh? Huh? No. What do you mean I can't work in the back of an Italian restaurant and crack jokes about the mafia? What do you mean? I'm like, well, you can, but we're gonna have to break your leg if you keep doing it. Poor Mickey, man. Oh man, I felt so bad for Mickey in that movie Casino. God damn, man. Joe Pesci's a good guy too. They shouldn't have done that to him. They shouldn't have done it. He's just a boy. I feel it. Yeah, definitely, dude. He would have been awesome in Godfather. Godfather 2. Maybe not the first one, but if he would have, like, they would have put him in Godfather 2. Hey, Johnny's here, guys. Who are we killing? so who you need me to kill? Johnny's back. He plays everything perfectly. Really, man, Hollywood knows how to cast him. Like, he was good as the Joker. You know what I mean? Heath Ledger took it to a whole nother level. But Jack Nicholson was a really good Joker. Until then. You know, Jack Nicholson, he was kind of close to the comic book version of Joker. You know, like the 50s Joker. The TV show, TV series Joker. Jack Nicholson did a good job representing that Joker. But Heath Ledger, man, a whole nother level. Fucking Joaquin Phoenix, or who is it? I think it is Joaquin Phoenix. The new Joker, the baby Joker guy, fucking the scene Joker, the emo Joker. I don't know how to describe him. The hipster Joker. The hipster scene Joker. The purple Lamborghini. Purple Lambo Joker. This is that light I was talking about, that second light right between the two lights with the one light. The one light merges down, and you can go through that light, it merges from 2 lanes down into 1 lane. Whenever I got that, made it through that, pretty much no problem. But then you get up to this light, man, and this, like, all the construction going on, man, this light's like always red for whatever fucking reason. It seems like it'd be better just for it to be green. Let the traffic flow. There's not a whole lot of traffic that's coming from, the left and the right here, but it's like timed. It's timed to be green the other direction. It's so weird. I guess because construction, they have it timed. It's like set to, the priority is to be green the other direction. So like every 30 seconds, it keeps going to red here on this highway, making everybody stop. It's stupid, man. This whole county. This neighborhood right here, it's called Melody Preserve. They did a good job of preserving land there, didn't they? Melody Preserve. They couldn't think of any better name. That's the best name AI came back with. I need a name. I'm building a subdivision. I need a name for a subdivision. Like, you should name it Melody Preserve. All right, yeah. There's no AI can just spit an idea out and then give enough where it's like, oh, that's actually a pretty good idea. But yeah, I don't know why they're naming a bunch of these neighborhoods Preserve all of a sudden for some reason. That's stupid. What are you preserving? Trying to preserve Middle America? Like, preserve the wagering. Preserving wagering. Flip the camera now just to kind of protect the customer a little bit there. Panama Canal. Really? Just fucking turn, bro. Drinks are still standing up. We're good. If they want to race, here we go. Hell yeah. What up, second place? Anyway, almost there, getting another $8 once I get there. That'll probably be the last one. I gotta go to work. But eventually, I'm gonna show y'all that are watching right now. Hopefully the stream's not too lagged up or whatever. It's so weird to me to see signal lights on wires hanging. I was thinking like how Benjamin Franklin, but anyway, right here, this sign right here, this Stone Creek, and see the rocks, the cliff up behind it. I'm gonna do a stealth camping video up on top of that cliff right there. Just sleep up there one night. I think it'd be a badass stealth camping video. Saying something about like imagine how Benjamin Franklin would feel. Like he's like looking around, looking at street lights and shit. Like imagine Benjamin Franklin like in Times Square, what he'd be thinking. Just seeing just a bunch of traffic lights and stuff. He'd be like, man, he'd be mesmerized. Franklin. Haul ass. They opened the gate. I'm just gonna haul ass. Hello. Straightish. They love it when you do that. You know, like, get the fuck out of the way. Yeah. Get out of here, Sasquatch. Get. I went over here. I grabbed this stick. I went and grabbed this stick, and I went over here and started rough talking him. I said, get out of here, Sasquatch. Get. And then there he went right through them woods there. .5. They got a baseball. What the fuck? They need a fucking baseball field. They ain't gonna fucking get out there and play no fucking baseball. They're fucking 80. They're 80 fucking years old. They can barely keep up with watching a fucking baseball game. The fuck? That's so stupid. Sorry, I guess the signal's shitty out here. I know. It's a new area of town. Yeah, you got it. Man, you really had to drop the rocks right there? What are you doing with these rocks, man? Alright. I gotta go meet her at the door. Can't just leave it at the door. I've arrived. Okay, got it. I've arrived. Damn. Confirm. Complete. Log out. It's taking a while to log out. Not sure what's going on. Right? I mean, I can understand. They usually some people want meet at door if they have like a huge order or they got something. They gotta say they got a Slurpee. They don't want to just have the Slurpee sitting at the door melting for 10 minutes. They want to know like the moment you arrive, just go ahead and hand it to me. You know what I mean? I can understand that side of it. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you ordered ice cream, you want to know, like, the moment it pulls into the driveway. You don't want to, like, forget about it and then go out there. It's been already on the porch for 20 minutes in 95-degree weather. You know? I get it, a little bit. If it's a confusing apartment or hotel or something, I'd do that, I guess. Yeah. I think I go this way. No, let's go this way. Go this way out. Now, usually at a hotel, they'll want you to just leave it. They'll have sign stuff. In hotels. Most of the time, when I've delivered to a hotel, they want you to just leave at the door. Let's see. Oh man, they didn't tip at all, man. I would have took that. I would not have taken that. I would have known they didn't tip. I think I go this way. This looks like the way out. I just gotta make a left. The next left that I see, I need to make a left. I see, I need to make a left. No, they did. They tipped $3, but look where they live. Look where they live. They only gave me $3. It's a $5 service. Like, there's a car involved. There's a person, a car involved. I've got to go to the restaurant, play picky up at the fucking restaurant, drive here. It's a $5. And then look where they live. And they didn't have $5 for that service. They should not have tipped. They should not have ordered. I'm sorry. That's the way I see it, man. But yeah, luckily Uber threw $5 instead of the normal $2 on that, and that's the reason I delivered it, because Uber actually reimbursed from them because they didn't tip. I gotta make a left here. I just messed up. Go ahead, buddy. Yeah. Yeah. And then, like, what's $5 nowadays, man? Like I make 15 an hour when I'm on the clock at the parts job, right? So, like, 20 minutes of minimum wage is $5. And then basically think about it. You'll spend at least 20 minutes on these orders. You know, fucking, it could be, you know, it's tough to do 3 orders in an hour. Even if you were, like, they're pinging you enough where you do 3 orders in an hour, you have to really be cruising to get 3 orders done in 1 hour. So that's why I feel like it's $5. You know what I mean? Because if I'm moving, I'm flying, trying to get here as quick as I can, the fastest I'm going to be able to do it is going to be like a half hour still, kind of, because sometimes it's a 10-minute wait at the restaurant, 10 minutes of driving to the restaurant, 10 minutes of bringing it to you. Sometimes, you know, you wait it. Sometimes it'll take you 3 minutes for them to come to the door, type of shit. You know what I mean? It's all that adds up. People don't calculate it all, but you know, like if you're tipping at least $5, you're helping them be on par to at least get minimum wage for working that hour. If you're not tipping at least $5, then you're fucking them over out of their time. That's the way it actually ultimately is. You know what I mean? Yeah, because when you boil it back down into time, you know what I mean? Plus your car is involved. You're like, here's $1 for insurance, here's $3 for some gas, and here's $1 for you. Kind of, sort of. And I feel like that's fair. You know, $1 for my insurance payment, $1 for the, you know, $1 to me, actually to me, and then $3 goes into the car. You know? Yeah, like if you're really poor, you just walk to McDonald's. You know what I mean? If you're you're poor enough, you have to walk to McDonald's. You shouldn't be ordering the DoorDash. But no, like, you know, it's like any driver can argue that it's $5 minimum. I'm sorry. And look at $5 is priced in ramen noodles. It's only 10 packs of ramen noodles. Look at $5 priced in McDoubles. It's only 2 McDoubles. You know, the $5 isn't even really $5. We think it is. We think it's $5, but it's really not even $5 anymore. And really, like $5 sometimes won't even make me move. You know. I met some gutter ass people who were like DoorDash or ordering pizza at them is like, look at the tip and it's $0 to $2, and I'm like, now I know why you're a forever poor person. Yeah. And then yeah, I know, you know, plenty of ladies that they're like a career waitress. That's what they chose. That's what they want to do for a career. They're making enough money, you know, they're living within their means. They make good money. If you're a good server too, you still, like, you get some good hours out of whatever restaurant you're working at. You can be like, you can make like $1,000 a week in tips. You know what I mean? Maybe not around here, but you know, you're gonna make. Well, now they pay 10 an hour. They pay 10 an hour plus whatever you're making in tips. So if you make $500 a week in tips plus another $400 on the clock, you made $400 to be on the clock, plus you made $500 in tips from people. You're looking at $1,000 a week before tax. You know, and then so it's not too bad. I mean, you're making the same $50K that anybody else is trying to, and then you're just a server. You know what? How's that hard? It's not, you know, it's not that extremely difficult. I mean, it's a stressful job. It gets to be a pain in the ass, especially if you're like a career server. You know, I'm not trying to talk them down because, you know, ultimately you make better pay to be a career server than be a career cook. Like, unless you get to like executive level chef type of stuff, if you're just like a cook, you're gonna watch the servers make twice your money. So there's no shame in it. Yeah, you can make a living off of it, especially if you do have a partner. You can make a living off of just waiting on tables. And then, like I said, as inflation hits, food prices are going to be the first thing that goes up, usually. Food, and then housing, and then general merchandise probably after that or maybe even, yeah, probably food and then housing and general merchandise, and that's things are probably going to move up in that order. But since you're working, you sell food and you get a percentage of that sale. You're kind of going to stay ahead of inflation too, because that, you know, the first thing they're going to do is inflate the food prices at that restaurant. Now the say it was a $6.99 plate. Now that $6.99 plate's a $10 plate. You still get 20%. You get 20% of $10 now instead of 20% of $7. You know what I mean? So you're kind of staying ahead of the inflation to be a server, kind of, sort of. While other people, like say if you're working at Target, you're waiting. Target was the first one to make it to 15 an hour around here, but now minimum wage is 15 anyway, and Target still pays the same 15. So Target's really not a better job like it was. It was a good job like 10 years ago because Target was paying 15 ahead of time. But now that everywhere else is paying 15, Target can't pay like 18 or 19. They can't keep up with it. You know what I mean? They were trying to be progressive and jump up, be ahead of the clock on all that by paying 15 ahead of time, but it's they're not going to pay you 19 or 18 to work at Target. So really, you might as well, where else are they going to work? You know what I mean? I forgot what train of thought I was even following there. But yeah, you do what you got to do. You know what I mean? I like this career of being a starving artist. I wish I would have known that this was my career the whole time. Because like now looking back, it's like, oh yeah, that's exactly what I've been doing. It's like I've been a starving artist since like the age of 3. That's my actual career. Everything else I'm doing is work. A job. It's a job. But my career is that I'm a starving artist. And I'm doing pretty good. I'm not starving. I'm doing all right. If I was in Bangladesh with all the shit that I had, I would be a straight G. You know what I mean? Just take the world for granted. Because it is just rock. I'm pretty sure the server has to share the tips with all staff. Sort of. Like, yeah, if there's a busser and a hostess and a bartender, like the bartender's making you drinks, yeah, you got to divvy out the bartender, like, for those drinks. And they do that percentage off of that drink base. I think that's what it is. Like, so if it's 20%, like the drink was $8.50 and they tipped you 20% on that $8.50, they get 20% of that $8.50 drink because they were the bartender that made it, put it together. But the busser only makes 1%, and the host I think only makes 1%. So yeah, the 20% you're making, if they have a busser and a host, you're really making 18%. But the busser and the host, they're paid more regularly too. But what I'm looking at is how the fact that they're paying $10 an hour plus the tips that you make. So all you have to do is make $5 an hour in tips, and you're beating minimum wage. So you have, say you're working at a small restaurant, there's like 4 servers. 4 servers, there's 20 tables. There's 20 tables and 4 servers. So you have 5, your section is 5 tables. Those 5 tables, you flip them, you're going basically going up there and then just flipping the table over on them and telling them to get the fuck out. That's basically what you're trying to do. You're trying to do that while also having a goal of customer service in mind. But yeah, if you can get them out of there in 20 minutes, then boom, you can get 3 tables sat at that one table in 1 hour, right? So if you keep the horse, keep the fucking thing moving, you keep your tables clear, empty, ready to be sat, you constantly, and every table that's sat is going to tip at least 5, you'd think. So by the time you get one table sat, you're beating minimum wage, and your whole section's filled. If your whole section's filled, you're fucking making $25 an hour in tips. You know what I mean? That's if your whole section's full. And if you're good about flipping the table over on them, then you can have 3 tables there in that 1 hour. And your 5 table turned into 15 tables. You know what I mean? You made 15 tables happen in that 1 hour. If your kitchen's actually running up at par where they can do that. And if you can get people that don't want to just hang out, like when they go out to eat, part of it is you're going out to eat. You're trying to have an experience. You're going out to eat. You don't want to be rushed. So you got to kind of fiddle. You find a middle ground in between providing good service and then making them feel like you're trying to chase them out the door. You know what I mean? Can I get you anything? Y'all good? Do you need a refill? Y'all ready for the check? You know, you want a refill on your coffee? Are y'all ready for the check? You know, you ready for the check? You have a dessert? Are y'all ready for the check? Like, I know how to be a server. Just I'm too ugly to be a server. Oh, why did I pull in here? I do need a drink before I go to work. Drink, flip a Yui. Somalian pirate weed. But like, yeah, if you really know what you're doing as a server, you can make some money on just a 3-table section. Oh, because you don't see my straight signal. You didn't see my straight signal, I guess, because we don't have one. We're dumb enough that we need a fucking straight signal, though. Clearly. $1 million idea. Straight signal. Somali pirate weed. Self-checkout is cash. Damn, really? Like, why don't y'all just accept crypto, man? Fuck, for real. I can't pay with a card. I gotta use paper. Gotta use paper instead. I can't pay by card. And I have to use paper too. Dude, I can't use electric money. No way to use my electrified money. Clearly a step forward. It's fucking electrified money. I call it, it's actually a check minus. If you look at it, you turn it, look at the sign right here. It's a check on a minus. It's the check minus store. So we're up here live at the check minus. Alright, Mountain Dew, if you don't want to sponsor me, Diet Mountain Dew, you can sponsor me just as well. Waiting on Mountain Dew to sponsor me. It'll come. It'll happen, man. I mean, this is basically, it's a 30-second advertisement in the middle of my live stream. They already kind of owe me. Mountain Dew, still waiting on that sponsorship. Where y'all at? Pepsi's world, we just live in it. I'm more worried about the kidney stones. Because they're not stones, they're like sand spurs from hell. Oh shit, there's a digital dollar on the ground. Do you see it? You see this digital dollar? There's USDC on the ground. Alright. Why am I even logged in on the Uber? What the hell's going on? Log off. Why am I still logged in on Uber? Well, I gotta clock in at the actual, well, the side gig. I go to the parts gig. It's 1:17 now, with respect to Benjamin Franklin, who was born on January 17th. May he hopefully rest in peace. Yeah, born January 17th, 1706, I believe. Born January 17th, 1706. Died April 17th of 1789, I believe. He technically died before we were actually a country. Because we weren't officially a country. Like, just because we celebrated our independence from England in 1776 doesn't mean that we were actually a country in 1776. It took until 1789 for us to finally be recognized by the rest of the world as our own country. If you didn't know, now you know. If you don't believe me, go look it up. If you find the right information, the actual fact is that. The actual facts of the matter. Our entire nation's history is built on top of a lie. Yep, I'm heading to the job now. Chill up, hang out in the parking lot. Free day camp. Free day camp only on Mondays from 9 to 1. Well, let me get a hell yeah. Nine viewers, new high score. That's the high score of the week. 9 viewers. Just tied the record, the high score of the week right there. Thank you, sir. Well, it's a small world, man. What do you expect? Give me a hell. Yeah, if you're ready to eat. Stone Cold ET. They're taking over the street. I'm a long way from the stars and the moon tonight. Pedaling a bicycle into the pale moonlight. Got my red vest on and my fingers glow red with the spirit of a rattlesnake inside of my head. I'm pulling up to the speaker with a hunger so deep. I got promises of sliders that I'm begging to keep. I don't want no phone home. I want a sack of the best. Put the flavor of that castle to a cosmic test. Give me a hell, yeah, if you're ready to eat. Stone Cold ET is taking over the street. Book the map, then I'll move to the light, because that's the bottom line for the alien tonight. Yeah, that's the bottom line for the
kid can't hear me, says, sir, please repeat, and I'm twisting my gears. I said, listen, sex, clapping, space, waist, sprung. I want 30 cheeseburgers and a trunk full of junk. I've been riding this ride, loving hard through the sky, like a Texas rattlesnake who was ready to fly. He asked for my order for the 17th time. I said, go get my finger, that's the bottom line. I'm fighting off the robots and the men in black suits, stomping through the galaxy in my wrestling boots. I was climbing in the Galactic Federation fool, and I'm heading to the window cause the legs are cool. I'm a 3-foot legend with a heart of pure stone. I ain't looking for a signal or a way to get home. Just hand me the bag and don't make a sound, or I'll burn this whole drive through straight to the ground. Hear me hell, yeah, if you're ready to eat. Stone Cold E.T. is taking over the street. I'm gonna whoop some ass, then I pull to the light, because that's the bottom line for the alien tonight. That's the bottom line for the alien tonight. I got my burgers and my bike and a cosmic plan. I'm the toughest little finger in the garbage can. White Castle's ladders and the barricades today. Stone Cold Stevie T is paving the way. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Give me hell, yeah. Give me hell, yeah. Hell yeah.
Right? That's a good one. Road to the screen.
My windshield is a portal to the concrete and the gray. Sending every GPS for a better way to pay. For the swamp monkey, that's the handle on the screen. Living life in bucket seats, chasing down a dream. The steering wheel is peeling and the backseat is my bag. Got 1,000 video ideas spinning in my head. I'm dropping off the beverage while the city starts to sweep. Counting every nickel that I'm allowed to keep. On the dashboard with the digital. I'm gone, I'm alive, streaming from the driver's side through the middle of the night. I'm more than just a courier, I'm more than just a ghost. Moving through the signal lines from the coast to the coast. Yeah, the world is gonna watch me. Just you wait and see. For a swamp monkey, setting my spirit free. I got the tripod mounted on the dusty dashboard trim, lighting up the cabin when the street lights get.
What we got? How many orders you got? I guess I only got 2 because I got to go to work. That's just how it is, man. This slow as fuck ass town.
Piece of the blue sky, no more sleeping in the lot behind the grocery store. I'll have a studio with a lock upon the door until that moment happens. So keep the camera on, driving through the shadows till the breaking of the dawn. Air delivery is just a step upon the way. Uploading my future one video every day.
Well, basically, I'm pre-gaming for work now.
From the dashboard,
I gotta clock in here a little bit.
gotta find my eyes, steaming from the driver's side through the middle of the night. I'm more than just a courier, I'm more than just a coast. The signal lines from the coast to the coast. Yeah, the world is gonna watch me. Just you wait and see. For the swamp monkey, setting my spirit free. Setting my spirit free. Our windshield is a portal to the concrete and the gray. Scanning every GPS for a better way to play. For the swamp monkey.
This is a good one. Yeah, I got the parts job today. They gave me like, I'm 1 day a week at the parts job. I'm 1 day a week at the parts job because I'm mainly focusing on Uber, because Uber ultimately pays better because there's no limit to how many hours I can give Uber. I can do a 100-hour week on Uber. I can do a 40-hour week on Uber. I can do a 20-hour week on Uber. There's just like, I make my own hours on Uber. So I told them just put me on only 1 day a week. I only have to worry about being here to hold the job 1 day a week, just to hold on to the job. I'm working here 1 day a week because it's smart to, it's smart to hold on to the job. Better, unless you have another job to go to. So then I work basically 3 jobs, basically. You know what I mean? Between trying to get the YouTube channel off the ground and then Uber, which is like the #1 priority, is the YouTube. So, for me to spend more time on YouTube, I had to go to 1 day a week at that job so I could live stream more. And it's neither here nor there because it really doesn't fucking matter. You know what I mean? But yeah, like I can make, there's a chance that, I make a $20 tip, $40 tip, there's a chance of getting hooked up from Uber where there's not necessarily from the parts job. So that's why my main focus is to try and I want to live stream, regardless of whatever else I'm doing, is live streaming first. You know what I mean? Like this is what I want to do, is live stream, and then everything else I'm doing is just a job. You know what I mean? I'm picking, this is the career. I want to be the career of a starving artist. This is just me. This is what I want to do. Last night I was at the bar later, and remember you talking about black women being crazy. There was this black chick at the table behind me yelling at her, who I was assuming was her boyfriend. Yeah, just like, and he's just like contemplating whether he should just stab her. Yeah, I don't blame him for wanting white chicks. They're a little more calm. Meow, 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 meow. But yeah, if you want a refund, if you want to get you want to get a lot of refunds throughout your life, you know, that's a good way to go. If you want a wife that gets every refund she can for you, yeah, it's just, I don't know, man. It's just our nature. I like this song a lot. Just because this song's about Rey Skywalker from Star Wars. And she's kind of hot. This song's about her.
A desert sun is setting on the dunes of golden sand. An orphan looks to heaven with an apple in her hand. The bright heavy stars are fading in the purple of the night, waiting for a spark to start the fire of the light. You can hear the hum of metal in the silence of the cave. History is calling from the cradle to the grave. Every step you take is written in the stars above. A galaxy is waiting for a courage born of love. May the force be with you when the shadows start to glow. There's a power in the stillness that the masters only know. From the stars of your city to the edge of outer space, every heart is connected in this fascination place. Feel the energy around us, let the spirit be your guide. There's nowhere left to run and there is nowhere left to hide. Apollo finds his rhythm in the carpet of his soul, turning off the monitors and taking back control. He trusts the intuition that he never knew he had, choosing what is righteous over everything that's bad. A farm boy finds a destiny beyond the rolling plains, breaking all the heavy links of dark and heavy hands. The wisdom of the ages lives in every single breath, the victory of spirit over darkness and of death. May the force force be with you when the shadows start to grow. There's a power in the stillness that the masters only know. From the stars of the city to the edge of outer space, every heart is connected in this fascination place. Feel the energy around us, let the spirit be your guide. There is nowhere left to run and there is nowhere left to hide. Through the trials and the sorrow, we will find another way. Walking through the starlight to the breaking of the day. The balance is a circle that will never have an end. Every single enemy can become a trusted friend. Look inside the mirror and you see a Jedi's eyes, reflecting all the wonder of the never-ending skies. May the force be you when the shadows start to grow. There's a power in the stillness that the masters only know. From the spires of the city to the edge of outer space, every heart is connected in this vast and ancient place. Feel the energy around us, let the spirit be your guide. There is nowhere left to run and there is nowhere left to hide.
Like I can almost picture Ray singing it. It's like Ray singing it, you know? It sounds like she's like singing her own
Masters
song.
only know. From the spires of the city to the edge of outer space, every heart is connected in this vast and ancient place. Feel the energy around us, let the spirit be your guide. There is nowhere left to run and there is nowhere left to hide.
But yeah, I have to put that on the channel. I'll have to put that onto the channel. It's called Echoes of the Force. I'm gonna do that one day. There's a bunch of really good songs. I'm gonna I'll put them all on the channel. Just like if anybody wants to hear them, you know. There's certain songs, you know, like I made these songs just to kind of fill up the dead space. But I get to a point where I don't want to talk, and I'm talked out. I'm out of talk. The chat's not talking, so that I can say something back. Thank you, noob. But yeah, the chat's not saying anything, and we're all just kind of like dull, you know, where it's like nap time in the middle of the day, but we're still up, you know, we're still trying to make some money. And I'll put on a song, you know what I mean? Just kind of like I could focus on something else for a minute, you know what I mean? But yeah, so pretty much if the chat's not talking or something, you know, I'll get to the point, I'll just put on something, you know. But yeah, these are all AI generated songs, so you know, I'm sorry if you're like, that's not your cup of tea, you know, whatever, let me know, and I you know, I can stop playing it, you know what I mean? I can't stop altogether, but I can at least turn it down or turn it off till you leave, or, you know what I mean? If it's not your cup of tea, I understand. But really try to look at it as like the symphonic keyboards that they had in the 80s, where they'd hit like one button on a keyboard and it would make a whole fucking song. It's like that. It's another instrument. AI is a whole new instrument for us to use, basically. You know what I mean? Like keep an open mind about it. You know what I mean? Like, because it can do a pretty good job. It comes back with some amazing shit, studio quality stuff that you know you didn't even pay a whole dollar for. You know what I mean? And it's a song. It's a song about you for less than $1. You know, like you go to a machine. There's a machine called AI that you can just put $1 into, and it'll spit out a song about you. It's cool. Like we already live in Futurama. You know what I mean? It's like Planet Express. But yeah, it's more like an instrument. Like could you imagine? Oh my God. Imagine the songs Mozart could have created if he would have had AI. Oh my God, bro. Fucking, like, you should imagine the shitty, like, you know, like, oh man, dude. Just imagine what Isaac Newton would have done with his life if he had a Game Boy, if he was 5 years old with a Game Boy Color. Imagine the path Isaac Newton would have taken with his life. I don't know, man. There's certain things like that, man. Like we're really blessed to have the time that we are here. The time, you know, it's a pretty good time to be alive. As far as tech goes, this is a good time to be alive. You know, it's like the best time for technology ever. You know what I mean? We've never had technology be as freely explored as it is now. It's always, you know, like you're kind of like afraid of it, you know what I mean, or something. You know what I mean? Like now we're like actually embracing it. We're like, come on, robots, come on, robots. I'm so tired of working. Come on, you know, because they're not gonna just let us die and starve because we're not working. You know what I mean? Like they'll probably like the robots will just be working to put us all on food stamps, basically. You know what I mean? Like we'll just all be on food stamps because the robots are at the factory working, and you know we just make an allowance basically. But you know, like what Asmund says about he thinks we're gonna eventually just be batteries. I'm so on board with that. We all just have the same baseline of education, and then we're all just used to generate energy. And then since we're on an AI powered, you know, fucking Android world, I honestly think it's a huge direction forward. Since we're not actually doing anything productive while we're at work anyway, we might as well be used to make energy itself. If that makes sense. Our energy could be used to make actual energy. But then it's like, what is actual energy then, though? You know, is your energy your energy, or is energy energy? I don't know. The energy comes from us. I don't know. But yeah, like, I don't know, man. Theoretical physicists. That's all. I'm just a theoretical. I'm a theoretical physicist. I just never went to college. I'm a theoretical physicist that works for Bitcoin. But I've also wanted to be an actor. I've always wanted to be an actor. Voice acting, even drawing cartoons, you know, like something. I think I'd be really good doing storyboards for cartoons. You know, like you read the script, there's whoever's writing the cartoon, you read the script, and then make like a picture every minute. Like, you know, you draw out like a picture, like you're doing the story of the cartoon. It's a storyboard. It's the cartoon in like 30 pictures on a whiteboard, and then you go back and then somebody else does the individual animation of tying all this together and making it, you know. I think storyboards for cartoons. These fucking numbers and stupid fucking parts. Computer with wheels that you plug into your house. Plastic computer with wheels that you plug into your house. It's no longer a car. Hail the machine. All hail Google. All hail Google. Bitcoin equals Google. Bitcoin has just reached the price of a Google. This just in. Yeah, storyboard is awesome, dude. Fuck a computer. You need power for a computer. That's the thing, and like some kind of like a stationary bike. You're like, you got your laptop, and then you're sitting on the couch, but you also got your feet kicking. And your feet kicking, you're powering the electric through your whole house. Just from like, people like to tap their foot or something anyway. You just be sitting on your couch, pedaling this little stationary bike, and it makes power somehow. And your electricity bill goes down. Your electricity bill goes down, and then that's, you know, start making an income from producing electricity and putting it back into the grid, like solar power, but on the next level because it's actually kinetic energy. You know. Kirk's idea was never taken seriously. Yep. Now China, wait, China is gravitating towards developing it.
The morning mist is clinging to the glass of my sedan. A Holy Spirit moving through the heart of just one man. They call me Florence Wild Punky, and the dashboard is my shrine. I'm living in this Toyota while I'm waiting for the sign. I set the traffic steady on the city way. I lift my voice and worship as I start another day. My clothes are in the trunk and there is silver in my hair, but I know every upload is a whisper kind of prayer. Oh.
You don't like AI music, but you do like Daft Punk. You don't like AI music, but you do like Skrillex. You don't like AI music, but you do like the Nintendo's music. You know what I mean? Like, there's not really that much of a difference. Infinite energy cars, no gas or electric needed. That won't happen. You think Standard Oil's in the way too. You gotta work around Standard Oil. Gotta create a company bigger than Standard Oil. You know, like while not steal. You know what I mean? You don't want to steal their thunder too much because they'll come after you. You know what I mean? You gotta build a company around Standard Oil by like reinventing the, like, I don't know. Or you can just reinvent currency itself. Capitalize capitalism by just changing the symbol on the currency that already exists. Just change this S to a B. Everybody freaks out. Everyone loses their minds. Well, think if, like, instead of having a military, imagine if we had like a humanitarian force. Instead of a military force, we have a humanitarian force. Like, we're going around and like, hey, we're here to show you how to plant crops more appropriately. We're here to help you build, we're here to increase the plumbing and the infrastructure of the city. We're going to help y'all connect up to power. We're going to, you know what I mean? Part of the Army's doing that, like building irrigation systems and like running power to places that don't have power. But that, it's, yeah, it would be nice if we weren't like strong arming the rest of the world, if we could just actually play defense better, because it's like I said, we're just drawing a huge target on our back by going around trying to strong arm the rest of the world, It's only a matter of time before we get like ripped into fucking pieces, really. This half will go to China, this half goes to Europe, and this piece goes to Russia, and like Russia clearly will just end up taking will end up Chinese somehow, and we'll end up getting we'll be under the we're, instead of being under England's control, we're under the entire European Union's control, like we already are anyway. That's what I see happening. I see this country getting ripped into pieces from how much money that we fucking owe the rest of the world. Through all this defense spending. Mostly all of it is defense spending too. Like, yeah, part of it is the interest now at this point, but Like, look how much of that was defense spending that built up that interest, and you know what I mean. Like, I don't know. It's like we kind of need to stop, you know. But then, what do you do with all these people that they're like wired for the military? You know, like the people that they want to kill for this country. I'm willing to kill somebody for this country's currency. You know, like, what do we do with those people then? Because now the military is not a job. It's not a thing for them now. So now we got all these militaristic-minded people that don't have a military. You know, where they're gonna all go in UFC. You know what I mean? Like, have a bunch of fucking UFC fighters. Make a UFC, put UFC and football together. Just 11 man. 22 men in an octagon. Last one standing wins it for their team. 22 men in an octagon. Let them figure it out. Yeah. Like, why don't we just have a good old one country? Yeah, the internet. Yeah, TikTok is starting its own country or something like that. I thought I saw something about that, which I'm like, I don't know how you're gonna. I don't know, man. I don't know how you're gonna do that, because like technically, I don't know. Bitcoin in a way is like digital land. The Bitcoin is like digital land, sort of, in a way. So I don't know, man. Maybe you could if you have X amount of Bitcoin in like your reserve. You've got more wealth stashed away than countries are worth. You could probably say that you're your own country. TikTok could, you know, say they have that much of the Bitcoin network where they could basically, we're declaring ourselves our own country without even actually needing any land to do it. Which you could probably do. But there's a lot of legislation you'd have to fight. You know what I mean? You'd have to get it all documented and figure out exactly how you're going to do that. You would probably still need a city-state, at least. You'd need a, you know, like a TikTok central location, like a Vatican City kind of thing, but it's not a religion. It's TikTok. The nation of TikTok is in this city. I don't know. But I do like El Salvador. Even the name El Salvador, it's like praise Jesus. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy that that's a thing. This is happening like that. And El Salvador is kind of poised to be like a top 10 country now. Like, as long as they stay they stay at it, they're gonna be like it. They're gonna go from the bottom to the top, and the whole thing's gonna flip over for them. You know what I mean? I could see El Salvador acquiring more land around them, and El Salvador literally being named after Jesus. Like, that's crazy as fuck, bro. To hang out on the beach there. It's a country named after Jesus. You know, it's like it's pretty cool. TikTokistan. TikTokistan. At the end of the day, it isn't law or taking power or national cohesiveness. It is power. Oh man. Look at this old guy's feet. Hang on. Oh, hang on. I think he heard me. He's got like Fred Flintstone's feet, man. Oh man, I feel you can see like how much hard work he's done because of how calloused his feet are. You know what I mean? Like he's gone some miles on them fucking dogs. Like Fred Flintstone's feet. Also, I don't see El Salvador. I see Colombia, Venezuela, maybe going back to their super nation form eventually. Damn, Fred Flintstone feet as well. Yeah. I mean, I guess I see what you're saying. Like it's so small. Bitcoin was its only hope. You know what I mean? Bitcoin was seriously its only hope, man. I don't know, man. It's just an idea, man. It's like more or less it's the way to spread wealth, help the wealth, spreading the wealth around. You know what I mean? Because I don't want to I'm going to make this money from one American corporation and then using that money or making the money out of one American corporation. The American corporation I'm working for, they're making 10 times what I'm getting paid, and then I take the money that I'm making and then I give it to another American corporation. Like, how does that help anything? You know what I mean? Woo. JCB. Yeah, if I ever make it, one of the things I'm gonna buy is stupid. I'm gonna buy something stupid. I'm gonna tell you right now. What is stupid is I'm gonna buy it just for no fucking reason, other than to like basically do donuts in my yard with it. I want to buy a JCB tail handler. If you know what a tail handler is, you kind of already know why I want to buy one. Like if I ever get that much money, I'm gonna buy a tail handler for no reason. Just have a tail handler. Because they're so badass, man. A forklift ain't got shit on a tail handler. Just have one. Like your neighbors would be like, oh, this guy's got a tail handler. I want her to let me use it for something. Helping your neighbors move furniture and shit. Oh, just we'll put the couch on the forklift of the tail handler. Put it on the fork of the tail handler. Just, where do you want it? Put it up on the second floor. Fucking tail handler. But it would have to be JCB. Or at least like Manitoba. Whatever it's called. Manitoba. 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 I don't know. But I'd rather go JCB. Just something about that color yellow, man. Oh. Tonka truck yellow. Oh, God, yeah. Room, you could make the next little grave digger, JCB grave, like a goat cart grave digger type of thing. I could see that. Power, not necessarily power wheels, a little bit more power than just power wheels. But yeah, man, like you could totally, you could take all of them. Fucking have one for Scooby Doo, have the Batman one, have the fucking, El Toro Loco, fucking Maximum Destruction, Gravedigger, fucking with a Hurricane. Then they had like a Hurricane one. They had fucking Ninja Turtles. Fucking, make them all. Fucking, next like power wheels, powered up Power Wheels or something like that. Maybe like powered up Power Wheels. And he just says I marketed more toward like a 10 to 12-year-old instead of like a Power Wheels that's marketed towards like a 2 or 3-year-old. It's like, I don't know, pull start something. It is called Power Wheels because power comes from the wheel. Yeah, I don't know. Like I seen this one dude. He basically took like the plastic cars and the little Tykes. Little Tykes has that little plastic car. I think it's little Tykes. Little Tykes has that little plastic car. This one guy, he decided to put an engine on it, and he's riding that to work. Let's get this fucking thing on it. I could probably find that video. I think you could try YouTube guy drives plastic car to work. You might be able to find, hang on, I'm trying. Guy drives plastic car. See videos. Let's go. Hang on.
Get clean car happy and give your car a sparkling shine with Tidal Wave Auto Spa's.
It's a Barbie camper of sorts designed by the guy driving it there, 30-year-old Molly Hightower, a handyman not far from Atlanta. He says he started with a go-kart base and the engine from an old power washer, and what he got is maybe the ultimate answer to higher gas prices.
Gas is getting too high, so I gotta do what I can. I can't do the my regular cars. I gotta do my little mini cars. So if I can get $1 on pump 6.
Yes, $1. That little mini car, as he calls it, cost all of $3 to fill up entirely, compared to about $60 for his real car, a minivan. And while he can't pick up the kids in the mini car, he did install a rack for groceries. And as long as he stays off the highway, he says the local cops have been understanding. Oh, and yes, he says this is for real.
Gas has always been an issue. It go up, it goes down, things like that. But this time is when I'm actually starting to feel it.
And there it is. Maybe not the Barbie Dreammobile, but at $3 a tank, pretty close to a dream.
$3 a tank. He never says what kind of mileage he gets out of that, though. What she would have said, he's like, I'm getting like 200 miles a gallon out of this. I would buy one too. I'm thinking about even just getting a little mobility scooter. Just fucking use a mobility scooter to get to work, man. Fuck it. It's like $1,000 for a mobility scooter, and some of them will go like 30. They fucking cruise. It's like an e-bike, but you sit down. You're sitting down. You're on a scoot. You're just scooting around. Dressed it up like the Cartman when he was the coon. He was the coon. The coon. Like on a mobility scooter. On a mobility scooter. Get out of my way! On a mobility scooter. Hey, I'm walking here. You're walking? Yeah. It's like I walked to work. On a mobility scooter. We're walking it. But yeah, he said it was a power pressure washer. He took a pressure washer engine. He took a go-kart frame. a pressure washer engine, and I guess he just put this pink plastic thing on it to make it look more ridiculous. You know what I mean? To make you look at it more. Plastic car. He probably got the plastic cover. He probably got that off of like Temu something. Cover. Probably got it off of Temu. I don't know. Looks like something from Temu. Amazon. 1.5 million views in 2 weeks. Whew. Doing pretty good, CBS. This is ridiculous. But I appreciate y'all hanging out, man. Sideways for 10 plus years. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We got some more on the Lego scandal.
Don't make that guy for an ultra?
There's some more going on with the Lego scandal.
Their CEO.
Here we go. If y'all don't know anything about the Lego scandal, so there was a guy, his dad, like an 80-year-old man, or probably 90, he's up there. His dad has, he had the world's largest collection of Legos. This collector set, brand new, still in the box. You know, he was an adult while he was collecting them. He was collecting them all. They ended up with the world's largest collection of Lego Star Wars. Like, I don't even think Lego themselves had a collection. They signed a consignment deal. He gave it to his son for his son to have the rights to it because he was going to pass it down to his son. But his son, you know, so the son's trying to sell them. The son inherited these toys basically before the dad passed or something like that. And his son's got a deal set up where he's going to sell them. He went to Bricks and Minifigs, which is supposed to be a reputable Lego reseller. Like, they sell sets, Lego sets, like, you know, secondhand kind of Lego store, you know, Bricks and Minifigs. And so what they sign a deal with them. The person that owned it, you know, it's like all individual mom and pop shops, 32 locations, operate under one corporate name, Bricks and Minifigs. It's all just those 32 little mom and pop shops, usually owned by the lady, the female owner. And he worked out a deal with her where she was going to put all these put these on the shelf for him to sell. Like, she was going to sell them, put them on her shelf, put them into her store inventory, and then he was going to, like, she was going to keep 10% of the sale. He retains 90%. Whatever they sell it for, they sell it for $75. She gets 10% of that sale, so she makes $750 off of inventory that's not even hers, just to put it on the floor and sell it for him. Like, it's all profit, basically. You know what I mean? Minus your time trying to sell it, you know. But still, they had so much of a collection. It was like the whole store. They had to empty out the whole store of all the inventory, put all his Legos back, you know, put all his Legos in all these locations, add extra shelving in, you know, all this, you know, they did a whole bunch of stuff through this whole store. Apparently they do kids' birthday parties and stuff there too. It's a Lego store, like Build-A-Bear, but with Legos, kind of. But anyway, they worked out this deal, you know, and once it was all sold, he was supposed to get like $200,000 based on the, so he's seeing it as $200,000 worth of merchandise. And then that company, the lady, something happened where the corporation decided to, like, take that store from her somehow or another. She didn't, like, I don't know, the way she was explaining it, like, they just forcibly paid her out for that store. overnight, pretty much. They were like, we're taking over the store. You know, if you want, here's $50K for your trouble, you know, or whatever. I don't know exactly what the whole deal was there. But the store, the original owner of the store that he made the deal with, the contract was with her. So the people that took the store basically tried to seize all the inventory when they took over the store. When they took over the store, they assumed ownership of all these toys that weren't even theirs. And so they were looking at it like it's a plus, like we just won, we came out on top on that. It was originally with this other lady, but no, his contract was with the Bricks and Minifigs, that store location, more or less. So they're trying to back out of the contract and keep his toys from him, you know, and it's like $200,000, like on a corporate multi-million-dollar level. $200,000, you just fucking pay the man, bro. Honestly, I don't know why they're dragging all this shit out. They're like trying to avoid him. They're trying to make it, the whole thing's like this big, huge national controversy now. It could actually end up going all the way to the Supreme Court or something. You know, I don't know if it's going to go that far. They're going to settle it before that. But yeah, like now, Reckless Ben, he's blown up over it. It's all pretty much his videos. That's even why I'm talking about this now. So shout out to Reckless Ben with no W, just Reckless Ben right here on YouTube. If you haven't heard of him, he's a pretty good creator, and in the story, he does a really good job. It's like a Hollywood cinematic movie almost, but all the twists and turns and this and that, the backstabbing and the corporate bullshit over here, and, you know, the cut scenes and all this other stuff. It's like a Hollywood movie, but YouTube format too. You know what I mean? So it's still kind of guerrilla style. You know, it's YouTube format, but it could be a Hollywood movie. They could dress the whole thing up, title it Brick by Brick, and then fucking make $100 million in the box office easily. It's that cool a story ultimately. The guy is clearly trying to weaponize the police to protect. Yeah, definitely. They messed up big time. I feel like Lego needs to step in. Lego, all they need to do is make another Star Wars Lego set, put it out on the market, and then they can easily pay this guy back the $200K. Basically, you know, like, here, we made this box set. We're going to sell this box set to generate income to be able to pay you back. Lego, the company, is looking so bad. Third party, like, over somebody that they, you know, like one of their distributor, I guess. You know what I mean? Like somebody that basically, you know. But yeah, so Lego ultimately should tell Bricks and Minifigs, you're not allowed to sell Legos anymore because you made our whole name look bad doing that. And they should also, like I said, make a whole other Lego set. Then they wouldn't have to pay out of pocket either, basically, because like the cost of the production of this Lego set, yeah, sort of, but still, you produce another Lego set, you give the guy, here, this is the set we made, here, we're gonna give you this, plus we have a check for $200,000, the money that you lost, you know, and then Lego would look so good at the end of all this. You know what I mean? It could ultimately be a huge publicity stunt for both Reckless Ben and Lego. You know what I mean? Lego, boom, their sales are gonna pop. You know what I mean? Their sales are probably already popping just from everybody saying Lego, you know, Lego for the last 2-3 weeks. You know what I mean? Like, they're, you know what I mean? There's definitely. And that's all they would really have to do. Like, Lego has to step in as the manufacturer and be like, because what's $200,000 to the company that's Lego, to the Lego company? What's $200,000? Especially if you make a whole new set and then you use that set to pay back a guy just $200,000. You could make $20 million off of this Lego set because people would be buying it knowing that you're helping to pay that guy. This is a fundraiser Lego set. You know what I mean? That's all they'd have to do. Right. What will be the outcome so far? Right now, I don't know. Last I've heard, Ben's in Mexico. I'm waiting for part 3 to come out from him. Really, I'm waiting for the Asmongold reaction to the part 3 of that, you know. But here's Asmongold, something about, this might be part 3 right here. The CEO just destroyed his own company.
Their CEO is coming out and giving his hoping and lies. We're going to get into it today on The Legal Mind, so we teach you to be your own judge. I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney, and
I think Ben gave up on that lawsuit avenue. He's going to just buy the collection. Yeah. Something like that. I mean, that's fair too. I mean, because like for $200,000, you could have the world's largest Lego collection. You know what I mean? For just $200,000. And then Ben's young enough that he, you know, he's counting 50 years from now. For a $200,000 Lego collection, he could, you know, 20 million on the other side of 50. You know what I mean? Because they're only going to get rarer over time. More of them are going to end up in landfills or destroyed or opened, you know. Yeah. Like that one guy that has like every Apple product that's ever come out since they've come out. He's got all these old ass computers still wrapped in plastic, like in the cardboard box and stuff, like worth hundreds of thousands. That's what he implied on the civil rights lawyer video. Yeah. And I think that's the best way, because, you know, the other guy, he just wants out of it. He's not trying to have his up in the national spotlight, you know. Right. Yeah, but still, the way he's doing it, like those people that say possession is 9/10 of the law, he's at least got the other 1/10 of he's got the other 1/10 of the law that's actually going to matter by getting the paperwork for it. You know what I mean? Him buying the rights to them is him getting that other 1/10 of the law, which is like the receipt. Yeah, so yeah, like basically it shows them as the thief. Like, and I don't really know why they won't just fucking like, oh, well, we did lose a couple, you know, we didn't know where it came from, you know, just man up to it, you know what I mean? We didn't understand what all this, you know, when we took over the store, we thought the inventory that was there that looked weird, so we pulled it off the floor immediately because we knew what the value of it was, so we pulled it off the floor. We did lose a little bit of it while we were shipping it from here to there, but here, it's all in this one storage unit, here, we'll go and open it up for you, you know what I mean? Like that's all they would have. Like, oh, we didn't just play. Like they didn't realize or something. You know what I mean? Like they were. I don't know, but I don't know. It's just the whole thing. It's just like, you just give the money. You give the guy his shit back. You know. And that's the main thing Ben was about too. He's like, but what about the Legos? It's like, dude, we just got a whole company closed down. He's like, but we still didn't get the Legos. He's like, nothing's actually been solved, though.
Specifically, an attorney with almost a decade of experience in corporate law, dealing with corporate situations. And one reason why I'm doing this review for you.
And then, yeah, they're making Mormonism look bad and all this, too. You know what I mean? Like, they're making that whole police force look bad. They're making that whole state of Utah look bad. Just everybody, the whole situation, the whole way down, man. Dude doesn't really want his reputation ruined. Yeah. He's pulling the ego games, right?
Today is I have been on the other side of the table interpreting these corporate statements or even working with CEOs to create corporate statements and what you can say and put out there. Now, this is an interview that was done with Fox just today, so let's get right into it.
I go this route instead of, as people say, try to just settle Brian's collection and move on and make everyone forget it. Was that ever an option?
And that's what I said, by the way, from the beginning. I said this is something, if they had any corporate common sense, this is, of course...
$200,000, it's nothing, it's like a small house. $200,000 is like a small house nowadays. You know what I mean? Like, he can, honestly, dude, like, it's fucking just pull it out of your own salary. You know what I mean? Like, fucking for real, bro. Pull it out of the two guys. Pull it out of their fucking, like, you each pay 1/3 on this. Sorry.
The CEO, Anna McNabb, if they had any real experience and know-how and actually wanted to deal with this, they would have seen this coming a mile away, the publicity nightmare. As we're going to see here, they really didn't even have to pay the $200K because they're actually saying, hey,
they could have just given them the stuff back.
Come down to a number around $100K. So they're saying, okay, $100K. Now that is a lot for an individual, but for a company, come on, just pay that out. The amount you've now had had to incur because of this is far beyond that in value. It absolutely.
I think it might destroy their company, if you want me to be honest. Like, having something like this happen, especially whenever it goes all the, like, for example, if it was only like one individual store that was doing this and it wasn't in corporate, then I don't think people would really care and like hold the company accountable. But the fact that the CEO is directly involved, you have the religious angle with it as well, it just looks really, really, really bad.
Was not worth it. And by the way, let's also look at his body language here. He's got the slumped shoulders. He's kind of got that, thousand-eyed stare, having gone through all of this bad PR. I mean, he's absolutely defeated. A tail between his legs right here.
Well, we've been working to try and work with Mr. Mansell for a good little while. We've asked for documentation as far back as a year ago, but we continue to reach out to try and get towards a resolution with the Mansell family.
This is all a lie. They're lying.
This matter.
And okay, so let's stop there with documentation. This is a key BS move of corporate. This is how they move the ball here.
Yeah, they're trying to, they sent him some sort of correspondence a year ago, and they're using that correspondence, and it's being reframed as if that correspondence declares intent that they want to give the stuff away. That's what I'm guessing.
Say, oh, we didn't have documentation. Well, that's not true. You even see in Reckless Ben's documentary that they had it itemized out. They, in fact, had a lot itemized out. What they probably wanted was very specific documentation. They say, okay, we want to see the actual boxes. We want to see pictures. We want to see the serial numbers. And this is a way that companies try to shift the blame. That doesn't mean there wasn't an inventory. That just means it wasn't what they wanted. And a lot of times companies will ask for extreme levels of document.
I'm the same way on that. Like Legos, they were kind of always more expensive. Like, like when I was a kid growing up, Legos were expensive. You know what I mean? Like I didn't have it. My family didn't have money to have Legos. I was lucky enough that I had the McDonald's Play-Doh set, kinda. I had the McDonald's Play-Doh set at least. But like, Legos were always like super expensive. I was never really into Legos. Like, cause Noob was asking me about it like a couple weeks ago. He's like, hey, did you hear anything about this Lego scandal? And I was like, what? I was like, no, I'm not even really into Legos. But, the whole scandal of it all, I'm like, wow, like, what the fuck? You fucking sleazeballs. Fucking, slime-ass motherfuckers. But yeah, it was like, we were talking, like, I do like Bionicle. Bionicle was a little bit, it was on its own, Bionicle was a little, it wasn't, you know what I mean? Of Lego, of all the Lego shit, I did like Bionicle. Fucking build your own robot type of shit. But anyway, I gotta go here soon, guys. I'm just giving you a warning. There's about 4 minutes left in the live stream.
Just because they know it's going to be a problem for you to produce that. They know you can't produce that.
The process is the punishment.
Especially if it's not in your possession. So that is a corporate weasel word situation right out of the gate, already starting off deceptively. Before we go any further,
this is exactly something that, this is also why big companies will sometimes lobby for more regulation. It's to make markets harder to get into. Like, basically, they are leveraging their position as having more resources in order to make decisions and to act on those decisions to take advantage of other people.
I'm a lawyer, so obviously I like money. And if you guys are looking for some extra cash and you want lawyers like cash that's completely legit, you guys should check out Free Cash. It's a registered German company. This is not a scam. And let me break down exactly how this works so you understand. So this involves games and surveys, and it works with... There's no way. Lot of time in those games. It's simple. It's not a way to get really free to try. You
and Mr. Mansell ever talk directly one-on-one?
Not as of yet. I have sent direct messages to the Mansell family and to Mr. Mansell specifically, seeking to have a sit-down meeting, meet at the table, and go over all the documentation that we have and to be able to
probably the last week.
Talk through.
I might could do a late night First Amendment audit, and just I could point at some cars late at night or something. I might get shot doing that, actually. But I might at least label the video live First Amendment audit, just for jokes, just for an inside joke. People popping in, this isn't a First Amendment audit. So be ready for that. And I might go out there and point at some cars. Fucking with a selfie stick. Nick, you gotta see it. You gotta see it. Just like a selfie stick in one hand and just pointing at cars that are driving by like, this is your fault. You did this. But anyway, all right, guys, I got like a 60-second warning here. I know y'all were kind of chatting with each other and stuff too, so I was letting y'all, have a minute to talk. But I gotta clock in at 2:30, so still gotta drive over there, change my shoes and shit. Literally have to shit. Yeah, y'all too, man. You too, noob. Kev, appreciate you. Dual screening it. Go get that money, bro. I'm gonna try my best. It's hard to pop in because of the time change. Yeah. What state were you at? You in Cali? You're in Cali? I'm just trying to remember. Oh, you know what I mean. Trying to remember certain people. Have a good one. You too, man. If you don't want to say exactly what state you're in, you could say that you're adjacent. You could say an adjacent state. Germany visiting. Gotcha. Oh, okay, gotcha. South Carolina. Hell yeah. Wonderful. You should have spelled it with a V. Wonderful. Would that have been racist? I don't think so. Yeah, I'll have to go get Swifty. Go walk in there and shit on the floor real quick. Alright, y'all have a good one, man. Appreciate y'all hanging. See y'all probably about 9. Probably like 9:09. 9:09 just to be funny.